In my usage of terms like parallelism, inflection, and rupture, I have tried to show how pliant the symbolic landscape of nationalism and ethnicity may be, and how a careful study of what is signified can help to decipher the nature of nationalism and its specific magnetism. I have also argued that the 1970s and 1980s created ruptures which have been reabsorbed by the ANC leadership in its drive to establish its hegemony in competition with Inkatha. The latest public appropriations of it by the Zulu royal house has at its epic entree the House of Sitshwayo and the demand that all land belongs to its customary control. This is not the only appropriation on the rise in this mutinous province. Chapter 11. Black Consciousness as Nationalism of a Special Type. 1. Kola Manku. The National Question, Some Epistemological Considerations. Even though this chapter is primarily an exposition of the Black consciousness approach to the national question, it is ultimately an exploration of what an alternative conception of this question might have been outside of its dominant framing within 20th century Marxism. This conceptual reframing is in the spirit of the Rhodes Must Fall campaign that started at the University of Cape Town on March 9, 2015. After concerted mobilization and resistance, the students succeeded in having the university agree to the removal of the statue of Cecil John Rhodes. The statue came down exactly a month later, on April 9, 2015. Central to the demands of the students was a call for all inherited and accepted knowledge systems, including Marxism, non-racialism and Black consciousness, to be the subject of renewed critique from the perspectives of Black people, and Black women in particular. In the ensuing debates, students and staff have questioned the scientific rationality that informs both liberal and Marxist epistemologies. This rationalist epistemology, Kwame Anthony Appiah argues, can be divided into two categories. On the one hand is the hard rationalism that refuses to entertain anything that has no foundation in scientific fact. Opponents of the Rhodes Must Fall movement dismissed it as too focused on pain and emotion. And because race does not have such scientific validity, they have been insisting that it should be barred from political discourse. Isaiah Berlin pointed out that this argument hearkened to the Enlightenment idea that solutions to social problems will be obtained by the correct use of reason. The logic is that there is no reason why such answers, which after all have produced triumphant results in the worlds of physics and chemistry, should not apply to the equally troubled fields of politics, ethics, and aesthetics. But Appiah also describes an alternative way of thinking about the world, and about race in particular, which he calls soft rationalism. This allows for the fact that identities are unlikely to be settled by uncontroversially factual considerations. Or as Patrick Chabal puts it, the inability to conceive of other beliefs, other rationalities, confines our abilities to make sense of what we observe. This rationality is in turn based on a particular conception of progress as the transition from segregation to integration, from race consciousness to race neutrality, mirrors movements from myth to enlightenment, from ignorance to knowledge, from superstition to reason, from the primitive to the civilized, from religion to secularism. But as Cornel West argues, by bracketing out Black cultural perspectives, both liberals and Marxists fail to get at the questions of identity that have been at the heart of the Black response to European modernity. This inability to conceive of these other rationalities or multiple modernities lies at the heart of the all-too-common reliance on service delivery as the shorthand for describing the troubles that ail South Africa's Black communities in particular. I shall later argue that a national identity will elude us for as long as we continue to ignore the psychocultural dimensions of Black people's historical experiences. The operation of scientific rationality is particularly evident in the critiques of Black consciousness by Marxists in both the African National Congress and the Unity Movement, even though they fail the empirical tests required of such rationality. These rather strange bedfellows are equally critical of the racial politics of the Black consciousness movement, or what is today often derisively referred to as its identity politics. On the one hand, the ANC's Comrade Mzala lambasted the Black consciousness approach to the national question as follows. In regard to the nationalism of the oppressed nation which sometimes goes under the term Black consciousness in South Africa, Suffice it to say that it will, like any other nationalism, pass through various phases, according to the classes that are dominant in the national movement at the time. Each class has its own view of the national question. However, to uphold retrogressive nationalism in the name of liberation, a kind of nationalism that breeds hostility between the workers of different nations or nationalities, at a time when their unity is in fact an immediate historical need of the revolution, can only be described as petty bourgeois national opportunism. Nelson Mandela also criticized the black consciousness movement for its clannishness. In a cosmopolitan environment where common sense and experience demand that freedom fighters be guided by progressive ideas and not by mere color, the ideology of the BCM remains embryonic and clannish. In his comprehensive critique of the ANC's approach to nationalism, Neville Alexander also castigated black consciousness as no more than an anti-white movement. Although they vehemently deny that they preach an anti-white philosophy and insist they are not, and indeed cannot be, racists, they teach hatred of whites because in South Africa whites are the oppressors. Only rarely does any exponent of black consciousness attempt in a public analysis to demonstrate why whites as such are oppressors. It is worth spending time on Alexander's thought on black consciousness because he has of late been recruited to a particularly conservative critique of affirmative action at the liberal white universities. But he is also appropriated by some on the left to reject race as a primary motive force in South African society. Even though Alexander regarded race as a social construct, he still saw it as a form of false consciousness. In his biography of Chris Hani, Hugh Macmillan shows how much the communist leader appreciated the black consciousness movement, which he described as an illustration of black anger and frustration. Not only did he see in the movement the kind of heightened consciousness that was needed for the political education of ANC cadres, he also saw in it a source of recruits for Umkhonto we Sizwe, the ANC's military wing. Alexander was so convinced of the inevitability of a class-based, scientific approach that he even saw a silver lining in the banning of the black consciousness movement in 1977. With such a class approach, all vestiges of a two-nation theory will be swept away and replaced by that of a single nation in a non-racial, socialist democracy. Indeed, the banning of the movement cannot but be conducive to the rapid development of the theory. The banning of black consciousness did indeed pave the way for a triumphant non-racialism in the 1980s. But then, as the saying goes, be careful what you ask for, you might just get it. The triumphant non-racialism led not only to the emergence of a black capitalist class but also those tribal identities that Biko and his colleagues had done so much to combat. It also led to a rationalist, technocratic discourse in which the nation is stripped of any cultural dimension. This is symbolized by the fact that in government the Department of Arts and Culture is regarded as the most junior department. However, not all Marxists held on to the same conception of class. Guinea-Bissau's revolutionary leader, Amilcar Cabral, questioned the privileging of class as a social category in the analysis of non-European societies as follows. Does history begin only from the moment of class and, consequently, of class struggle? To reply in the affirmative would be to place outside history the whole period of life of human groups from the discovery of hunting, and later sedentary and nomadic agriculture, to cattle raising and to the private appropriation of land. It would also be to consider, and this we refuse to accept, that various human groups in Africa, Asia, and Latin America were living without history or outside history at the moment they were subjected to the yoke of imperialism. Scholars are mostly indebted to the Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci for the departure from the orthodox Marxist position that the complexity and heterogeneity of social forces can be reduced to class. As Gramsci famously and eloquently observed, the claim presented as an essential postulate of historical materialism, that every fluctuation in politics and ideology can be presented and expounded as an immediate expression of the structure, must be contested in theory as primitive infantilism, and combated in practice with the authentic testimony of Marx, the author of concrete historical and political works. The leading Gramscian Marxist and race theorist of the late 20th century, Stuart Hall, also rejected the narrow scientific rationality and crude reductionism of many Marxists. He argued. The actual social and political force which becomes decisive in a moment of organic crisis will not be composed of a single homogeneous class but will have a complex social composition. It is implicit that its basis of unity will have to be, not an automatic one, but rather a system of alliances. Crucial to that alliance building is culture, which he described as the actual grounded terrain of practices, representations, languages, and customs of any specific historical society. It is these national popular cultural practices that define how and whether class will emerge as the primary driver of change in any given society. Hall thus argued that the relative crudity and reductionism of materialist theories of ideology have proved a stumbling block to our understanding of the operations of racism. He pointed to the working-class racism that provided support for Afrikaner nationalism throughout the 20th century as an example of the limitations of crude class analysis. Ekobedo Laka and Chantal Mouffe extended the Gramscian decentering of class by extending the Gramscian concept of hegemony even further. Class became one of many subject positions, and not necessarily the decisive one. They argued that the working class thus has to abandon its class ghetto and transform it into the articulator of a multiplicity of antagonisms and demands stretching beyond itself. In their hands, the concept of hegemony meant that social categories operate more in articulation with each other to create a collective will. Whether the working class would be the decisive force was thus an empirical question. Thus, Hall argued that in South Africa the dominant ideology of white supremacy made unrealizable such articulation between the interests of white workers and those of black workers. Steve Biko wrote that the greatest anti-black feeling is to be found among the very poor whites whom the very class theory calls upon to be with black workers in the struggle for emancipation. This is the twisted logic the black consciousness movement seeks to eradicate. A better-known phrasing of the same sentiment is his reference to the improbability of an alliance with an archetypal racist. Tell us that the situation is a class struggle rather than a race one. Let them go to Van Tonder in the Free State to tell him that. We believe we know what the problem is and we will stick by our findings. Very little or almost no attention has been paid by social scientists to the latter part of this formulation. We believe we know what the problem is and we will stick by our findings. And yet it goes to the very heart of the epistemological question of who actually has the license to define the social reality of a people's lived experience. The transgressive nature of black consciousness as a political and epistemological project was to turn the question of who has license on its head by privileging the worldviews of black people. The revolutionary appeal of black consciousness among all the black political movements in South Africa lies in what it does to validate epistemological questions that black people have been asking since their encounter with colonialism. Proto-nationalist longings. These epistemological and ontological longings are best understood within the context of Eric Hobsbawm's approach to the nation. While Benedict Anderson emphasized the role of print capitalism in the rise of the nation, Hobsbawm argued that this did not in and of itself explain why people should have sought this particular institutional form in the first place. One reason may be that, in many parts of the world, states and national movements could mobilize certain variants of feelings of collective belonging, which already existed and which could operate, as it were, on the macro-political scale which could fit in with modern states and nations. Hobsbawm describes these pre-existing feelings as proto-nationalism, and identifies two types. First, there is supralocal proto-nationalism, or what we today call the diaspora. As Saifa Mandla-Zondi argues in this volume, Pan-Africanism is an example of supra-proto-nationalism. But there are also subnational proto-nationalisms that are characterized by claims made by groups of people who, while conscious of their nationality in a provincial or regional sense, have no desire to form a national state. In South Africa, these subnational identities became the raw materials for the construction of the colonial/apartheid state's ideology of tribalism. Archie Moffat famously argued that the concept of tribe, which had historically described a self-contained community with control over a small geographic area, was, in the hands of colonialists, stretched to describe people living in vast regions. The fact that those people spoke similar variations of a language or practiced similar variations of a culture did not, in Moffat's view, mean that they constituted a tribe in the historical sense. This expansion of the concept, helped along by the conquering regimes of people such as Shaka, created a Zulu nation out of disparate groups of people in KwaZulu and Natal, and Xhosas out of the same heterogeneity further south. While subnational proto-nationalism as tribalism was articulated by a generation of homeland leaders between 1976 and 1994, supralocal proto-nationalism was in the main preached by the African National Congress but more spiritedly by the Pan-Africanist Congress. Interestingly, the Black consciousness movement had more of a third world than a Pan-Africanist outlook, influenced as much by Julius Nyerere, Aimé Césaire, Frantz Fanon, and Stokely Carmichael as by the writings of Paulo Freire, whose concept of conscientization became central to the movement's political methodology. But, as I have argued in my biography of Steve Biko, inasmuch as Black consciousness was influenced by the global shared text of blackness, the movement's antecedents are properly grounded in the history of African discourses within South Africa, going back to the early encounter with European colonial modernity in the second half of the 19th century. Thus the movement had elements of both the supralocal and the subnational. I will argue below that a new civil religion must be constructed out of these proto-nationalist and subnationalist longings through what Biko called a joint culture. These proto-nationalist and subnational longings can be seen in the mid-19th century, in the writings of Tayo Soga, South Africa's first black university graduate and an ordained minister. At the very same time that Marx and his contemporaries were rethinking European societies, Soga was leading discussions on African identity precisely because of the cultural impact of colonialism. Contrary to the crude materialism that would come to dominate the liberation struggle, Soga made a pointedly cultural argument in an article welcoming the formation of the newspaper Indaba in 1860. The deeds of a nation are bigger than its cattle, its money, and its food. Did we not have nations? Where is their history? Where are their customs, both good and bad? Where are the views of past chiefs? Did we not have poets, and who were they praising? Where is the history? Soga's choice of a pseudonym for his articles was Unanhibawe's Lulangini, which his biographer Donovan Williams translates as an enthusiastic inquirer into cultural origins. This quest for historical and cultural origins would have been a burning issue for Soga because of the cultural nature of colonialism. Karl Polanyi described the impact of colonialism on its victims in similar cultural terms. Not economic exploitation as often assumed, but the disintegration of the cultural environment of the victim is the cause of the degradation. The economic process may, naturally supply the vehicle of the destruction, and almost invariably economic inferiority will make the weaker yield, but the immediate cause of his undoing is not for that reason economic, it lies in the lethal injury to the institutions in which his existence is embodied. The result is a loss of self-respect, and standards, whether the unit is a people or a class. Soga's inquiries into origins were not limited to South Africa. In another article, this time responding to a racist piece by his childhood friend, John Chalmers, Soga came to the defense of African people with examples from other parts of the world. Africa was of God given to the race of Ham. I find the Negro from the days of the Assyrian downwards, keeping his individuality and his distinctiveness, amid the wreck of empires, and the revolution of ages. I find him keeping his place among the nations, and keeping his home and country. I find him opposed by nation after nation and driven from his home. I find him enslaved, exposed to the vices and the brandy of the white man. I find him now as the prevalence of Christian and philanthropic opinions on the rights of man obtains among civilized nations, returning unmanacled to the land of his forefathers, taking back with him the civilization and Christianity of those nations, looking forward to the dawn of a better day for himself and all his sable brethren in Africa. Joanne Davis has shown the personal networks that existed between Soga and the leaders of the Pan-African movement. For instance, when he lived in Scotland he got engaged to Sarah Waimes, the daughter of Henry Highland Garnet, the leader of the Underground Railroad in the United States. Soga was in Scotland during Frederick Douglass's high-profile visit to that country. Davis borrows from Frank Ortiz the concept of transculturation to describe the influence of Africans in the diaspora on Soga. In other words, the shared text in blackness was not only local across generations but also transnational. This is the text from which African intellectuals in the Cape drew in developing what Chris Saunders calls a new African consciousness. While Davis's work is the closest anyone has come to locating Soga in the circle of other African intellectuals in the diaspora, she does not offer any evidence of his interaction with these individuals. Such a project awaits future researchers. It may reveal the influence of Africans in South Africa on the thinking of Africans in the diaspora, that is, it may show the transcultural to have operated both ways, and thereby correct the exclusion of local Africans in Paul Gilroy's discussion of the Black Atlantic. By going into that archive, we can get a better sense of the local origins of Pan-Africanism and its role in the conception of the nation in Africa as a supraproto-nationalist imagining. Soga's defense of African culture has earned him the title of the father of Black consciousness. The quest for both supranational and subnational origins also continued among Soga's political and intellectual successors, though some of them would rather dissolve into the emerging European culture. Soon divisions emerged between the likes of John Tango Jabavua, the proprietor of the first black newspaper Imbozabansundu, and Walter Rubusana, the influential cleric and teacher at Peelton and later in East London, whose group included the likes of Alan K. Soga. This group would constitute the early founders of the South African Native Congress in 1890. Rubusana articulated this supralocal vision as follows. The South African Native Congress's organization is not complete, still it is already a power for good in the country, and will undoubtedly assume the position of the representative Native Association of the future. André Adendal writes. From its formation in 1890, the SANC had clear national aspirations based on an African-centered approach to politics. From 1898 aspiration, opportunity and action converged to make possible the first concrete steps of a national movement. As its name, pronouncements, and activities showed, the SANC aimed to speak on behalf of all Africans throughout South Africa, and it came to have a direct influence in organizational politics in the other colonies. Adendal highlights the syncretic nature of this new class as the Congress sought to balance African nationalist aspirations with Christianity, liberalism, and African humanism. But, as we shall see, Biko was not satisfied with this syncretism because he felt it always went in one direction. In our case this fusion has been extremely one-sided. The two major cultures that met and fused were the African culture and the Anglo-Boer culture. Whereas the African culture was simple and unsophisticated, the Anglo-Boer culture had all the trappings of a colonialist culture and therefore was heavily equipped for conquest. I am not sure about simple and unsophisticated, and the influence was certainly not unidirectional. As Jean and John Komaroff argue, as colonizers tried to impose Western modernity on the self-image of black Africans, some people succumbed, some have resisted, some have tried to recast its intrusive forms in their own image. While the succumbing and the resistance have been much documented, very little has been done on the recasting of colonial modernity by black people. And yet, as Komaroff and Komaroff rightly observe, in the long conversation to which gave rise, a conversation full of arguments of words and images, many of the signifiers of the colonizing culture became unfixed. They were seized by the Africans, sometimes refashioned, put to symbolic and practical ends previously unforeseen and certainly unintended. But the general point about the unequal relationship between African and European culture is beyond dispute. As Biko put it, this country looks like a province of Europe. It has got no relationship root-wise to the fact that it exists in Africa. It is this inequality that Sek Mki sought to address by writing in his own language, thereby inviting the English to engage with him on his own terms. The quest for historical and cultural origins characterizes Mki's writings. He was arguably the most prolific and important African writer of the early decades of the 20th century. In 1914 Mki wrote the classic novel In Isi Kosa, Ityela Lamali, which presents African jurisprudence as centered more on reconciliation than on winners and losers. He wrote the novel Udon Jadu in 1929, which is one of the earliest literary expressions of a future South Africa with equal rights for men and women. A little-known fact is that Nkai wrote the bulk of South Africa's national anthem, Nkosi Sihlalo Africa. While Enoch Suntonga had first composed the song as a hymn with only 2 stanzas, Nkai added 7 stanzas and published it as a poem titled Umhobwe Sizwe in 1927. This subsequently became the national anthem of Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. In addition to this own autobiography, Umkai Ways Entebozoko, Nkai also wrote the biographies of eminent leaders such as Elijah Makiwane, Walter Rubusana, and John Dube. In Long Walk to Freedom, Nelson Mandela writes that the day of Nkai's visit to his school at Healdtown was declared a public holiday. He describes Nkai's withering attack on British imperialism and how that changed his own perspective about white people as benefactors to whom he owed allegiance. Suddenly, the door opened and out walked not Dr. Wellington, but a black man dressed in a leopard skin kaross and matching hat, who was carrying a spear in either hand. I could hardly believe my ears. His boldness in speaking of such delicate matters in the presence of Dr. Wellington and other whites seemed utterly astonishing to us. Yet at the same time it aroused and motivated us, and began to alter my perception of men like Dr. Wellington, whom I had automatically considered my benefactor. The historian Colin Bundy describes how Fort Hare students such as Govan Mbeki, Epainat Morana, and Phyllis Ntantala regularly went to learn at the great man's feet in Antabazuko, and Chinua Achebe lists Nkai alongside Amos Tutuola in the history of Africa's greatest writers. These cultural themes were to be repeated by the group of young activists gathered around Anton Lembede and A.P. MDA in the ANC Youth League in 1943, and later around Robert Sobukwe when he led a breakaway from the ANC in 1958. Sobukwe had first sounded his supralocal proto-nationalist ideas in the famous speech he gave as a student at Fort Hare in 1947. Then he had questioned the continued European domination and orientation of the university, calling for its transformation into a barometer of African thought. But contrary to the view that Africanism came into being with the Youth League, the strands of Africanist thinking can be found in earlier forms, particularly in the separatist Christian churches formed by the likes of Elijah Makiwane and Pambani Mzimba. As Adendal puts it, a wave of Africanist race consciousness swept throughout southern Africa around the turn of the century. Like Sobukwe and Africanists before him, Steve Biko also lamented the neglect of African proto-nationalist longings in presentations of African history. We have to rewrite our history and produce in it the heroes who formed the core of our resistance to the white invaders. More has to be revealed, and stress has to be laid on the successful nation-building attempts of men such as Shaka, Mashushu, Hintsa. These areas call for intense research to provide some sorely needed missing links. We would be too naive to allow our conquerors to write unbiased histories about us, but we have to destroy the myth that our history starts in 1652, the year Van Riebeeck landed at the Cape. Biko viewed African culture as essential to an understanding of the nature of colonial oppression and exploitation. But even as he did that, he was acutely aware that he might be called essentialist, even though that term might not have been in vogue yet. Anticipating such a critique, he wrote that culture emanates from a situation of common experience of oppression. African culture was necessarily a political culture that had withstood the bastardization that came with colonialism, and was in subsequent years fused with Western culture to develop a culture of defiance, self-assertion, and group pride and solidarity. He concluded, "I am not here making a case for separation on the basis of cultural differences. I am sufficiently proud to believe that in a normal situation Africans can comfortably stay with people of other cultures and be able to contribute to the joint cultures of the communities they have joined. It is this concept of the joint culture that I believe it is at the heart of Biko's conception of a future nation." His position is not entirely consistent, however. At some points he speaks about a non-racial society in which individual identity will trump group identity, but at other points he seems to be advocating what we would today call a multicultural conception of the nation that has as its basis the recognition of group rights. He argued that the joint culture would consist of both European and African experience because we have whites here who are descended from Europe. We don't dispute that. But for God's sake it must have African experience as well. This rendition of African thought may appear to be too much of a seamless teleology, and that would be far from my intention. Any archive of African thought, or the shared text of blackness, must of necessity include those African people who rejected the concept of race as the basis of the nation, and those who, from a Marxist tradition, saw it as secondary to class. But there is no questioning of the interpersonal relationships that existed among what was a small group of people in the small geographical area that is now the Eastern Cape, especially the area stretching between Alice, Fort Beaufort, King Williamstown and East London. Alice became the centre of intellectual production because of the location there of the major educational institutions, Lovedale and the University of Fort Hare. Healdtown was in Fort Beaufort. These individuals moved to the growing industrial cities of King Williamstown and East London, where they became part of the small but influential black professional class consisting mainly of teachers, priests, journalists, and court officials. The appearance of a teleology could also be a result of the fact that African intellectuals often belonged to the same family and social networks and attended the same educational institutions, and would most likely have read each other's texts. Both Rubusana and Mgai wrote about the Soga family. As arguably the most influential cultural and literary figure of the time, Mgai became a source of inspiration for students at the University of Fort Hare. As an aspirant fiction writer and storyteller, Sobukwe would have been influenced by Mgai. Biko's older brother Kea was a leading member of the Pan-Africanist Congress in the Eastern Cape. When Biko became a leader in his own right, he met with Sobukwe a few times. This history of African nationalist thought is not so much teleology as it is what Paula Backscheider described as the invisible lineage of black history. Black consciousness as a civic republican ideal. The Marxist framing of the national question has occluded investigations into this long history of thinking about the nation from African perspectives. As it is everywhere else in the world, the national question in South Africa was framed in the image of Europe. As Europe moved towards a mass-based electoral politics, groups of people who had seen themselves as nations with provincial or regional identities now claimed sovereignty over much larger territories. According to Hobsbawm, nationalist movements around the world did no more than copy developments in Europe. The leaders and ideologues of colonial and semi-colonial liberation movements sincerely spoke the language of European nationalism, which they had so often learned from the West, even when it did not suit their situation. And as the radicalism of the Russian Revolution took over from the French Revolution as the main ideology of global emancipation, the right to self-determination, now embodied in Stalin's texts, henceforth reached those who had been beyond the range of Mazzini. Liberation in what was yet not known as the Third World was now everywhere seen as national liberation or, among the Marxists, national and social liberation. This is in part the context for the importation of Joseph Stalin's famous description of the nation into South African discourses. Stalin defined the nation as a historically constituted, stable community of people, formed on the basis of a language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a common culture. But this conception of the nation could hardly have any applicability to a continent where national boundaries were drawn according to the interests of the imperial powers. European powers had gathered in Germany to slice up the continent in what became known as the Scramble for Africa. Adebayo writes that this epic drama involved squabbling colonial governments, devious explorers such as David Livingstone and Henry Stanley, vicious capitalist politicians such as Cecil Rhodes and King Leopold, and sanctimonious Christian missionaries. He concludes that it would be hard to find better examples of a single meeting that had such devastating political, socio-economic, and cultural consequences for an entire continent. Joe Slovo also criticized Stalin's linkage of the emergence of nations to a rising capitalism. He pointed to the many nations that came into existence after the Second World War without having any roots in a new wave of rising capitalism. While Benedict Anderson emphasizes the role of print capitalism in the rise of the nation, Hobsbawm argues that capitalism does not in and of itself explain why people should have sought this particular institutional form in the first place. More importantly, Hobsbawm introduces collective feelings as the basis of nationalism. One reason may be that, in many parts of the world, states and national movements could mobilize a certain variance of feelings of collective belonging, which already existed and which could operate, as it were, on the macro-political scale which could fit in with modern states and nations. In his later work, On the Goodness of Nations, Anderson argues that the enduring attraction of nations is in the manner in which they help individuals and societies make sense of the past, while also promising an innocent future. He also argues that, notwithstanding its checkered history, no other social formation has done more to secure human freedom. In the 19th century, nationalism typically was found in popular movements against emperors, monarchs, and aristocracies, and nationalists in different regions regarded themselves as brothers in a common struggle. Ultimately, though, whether nationalism turns out to be bloody or a blessing depends on the political environment. For Appiah, it is unhelpful to imagine nationalism away. What is more important is how to tame it. So nationality, for better or worse, has become a salient feature of the identities of modern men and women. However, the content of nationality, its meaning for each citizen, is the result of cultural work, not some pre-given commonality. That means there is a place for reflection in it, for working out, together, in the democratic spirit, what it means to be American or Ghanaian or, given where we are, South African. In doing this you will need some stories from the archive. Appiah further argues that it is not so much what we have inherited from the archive that matters, but rather the interpretation of it in the present. He writes that the South African identity, like that of any living nation, is a work in progress. Its meaning will repose in an archive that remains to be written. The danger, as I have often argued, is that African nationalist leaders have too often claimed, and continue to claim, the right to be the sole authors and interpreters of their nation's experiences. In the process, the victorious movements write history only in their own image. The claim to ownership of history is linked to a larger claim to the nation's resources. Ibo Mandaza describes the behavior of African nationalists. For African nationalists had, as their primary objective, and virtually as an end in itself, the need to inherit power from the colonialists. In retrospect, this was likewise the objective of the national liberation struggles in southern Africa. The apparent adherence to an ideology devoted to transformation during the armed struggle was merely expedient on the part of the leadership, so left to themselves the African nationalists, and their agenda and ideology, had no loftier goal than one of stepping into the colonizer's shoes, by inheriting the state and the economy and, in general, the pursuit of embourgeoisement, albeit in the vain hope that the majority, if not all of the people, would find the fullest fulfillment in the post-colonial dispensation. And if the people should show lack of appreciation of how much the post-colonial state had done for them, then that same state is deemed to be within its rights to punish them in order to send a lesson to everyone else. Mandaza notes that as the colonial state became increasingly unable to cope with the complexities of imposing its foreign models on the local populace, it became more and more defensive, violent, autocratic. South Africa is the latest African country to see the state increasingly resort to violence in response to protests. Joel Netchitens argues that this has begun a vicious cycle of delegitimation of the state. Security agencies become the first line of attack for protesters, but the spiral continues as the state responds in even greater measure. 2. The shooting of protesting miners in Marikana stands as a tragic monument to this turn in the relationship between the state and the people in South Africa, and the xenophobic attacks on foreign Africans as a reminder of nationalism gone terribly wrong. The question then is not whether nationalism is good or bad but whether it is democratic and inclusive. Nationalism's Achilles heel has been the extent to which it has rested on the subjugation of women. Not once does Biko address women's struggles. Neither have the other nationalist leaders from other political parties, including those who have been running South Africa since 1994. Nelson Mandela was notoriously anxious about participating in public discussions of sexuality. During his tenure as president, Thabo Mbeki introduced the idea of the African Renaissance as the supranational leitmotif of the new South Africa. Those of us from the Black consciousness tradition were first elated by the possibility that African proto-nationalist imaginings might become part of the official discourse of government. Unfortunately, this project was dead on arrival because of Mbeki's inability to decentralize it as the Black consciousness movement had done. The strength of the Black consciousness movement lay in several aspects: the manner in which it had linked the supranational proto-nationalist idea, even though this was tempered with a more third-world outlook, the national idea through the concept of joint culture, and the subnational proto-nationalism that peppered Biko's writings on African culture. The movement's weakness, of course, was its inattention to questions of gender and sexuality. Hence the irony of a movement that had women in political leadership positions while reproducing patriarchy in its social practices. Black consciousness was the first movement to elect a woman president when Winnie Kagwere was elected president of the Black People's Convention in 1971. The late Vuelwe Mashalaba was one of the most influential founders of the movement. Women leaders such as Debs Matshoba, Nomsisi Kra, and Nombulalo Kobus were some of the leading voices of the movement in the 1970s. In the Eastern Cape, the movement depended on the leadership of Mamfela Ramphele, Thanjawim Dinso, Noel Mahapi, and Pumla Sangacha. These were often professional and highly educated women, which meant that their political leadership belied their social roles. To make Black consciousness relevant, it would not only have to create a new joint culture that confronts patriarchy. The new nationalism would thus not only decenter class but also produce new processes of articulation, or what has more recently been called intersectionality, following the work of Kimberlé Crenshaw. One of the leaders of the Rhodes Must Fall movement at the University of Cape Town, Mbalai Mathandane, articulated the impact that new social movements are having on Black consciousness. What I hope for is that people will look back at this movement one day and see how a small group of Black feminists changed the politics of a Black consciousness space, a space that has previously excluded these populations. They will remember how Black women and members of the Lgya community became valued members of one of the most important movements in the university's history. This is the archive of the nation that remains to be written by the young generation of women scholars and their male counterparts in these movements. In so doing, they will hopefully bring alive a 200-year record of Black people have thought about the nation above and beyond the discourse of race and class. They must go to the works of their pioneers such as Nonsizi Mkwedo, Phyllis Antantala, Sissy Goal, Phyllis Naidu, and Vuelwe Mashalaba. The perspectives of these women can perhaps help us correct the abstract, rationalist modernism that continues to shape African nationalism. As bearers of culture in all of its complexity, women can perhaps help us understand what it would mean to move towards a cross-racial, anti-patriarchal joint culture. If it is to be enduring and meaningful, the idea of the nation must find its place in the hearts and minds of the people, not so much an economic process as a cultural process. Chapter 12. Postponing the National Question, Feminism and the Women's Movement. Shireen Hassim. The women question remains, arguably, the most unresolved in the history of democratic thought and practice in South Africa. In tracing the articulations of this question through the 20th century and into the period of democracy, it is evident that the dominant narratives of nationalist and class struggle relegated the demands for a society free of gender domination to a secondary status both in intellectual reasoning and in political projects. Although women were always participants in politics, it was only in moments of extraordinary mobilization by women themselves that advances were made in defining an agenda for a good and just society in ways that referenced the particular, often invisible conditions needed to liberate women. Indeed, the very idea of women's liberation was postponed to an indefinite future. The subject of this discussion, women, is not definable without reference to a range of other markers such as class, ethnicity, and race. The cultural meanings of woman shift in relation to these markers of identity, and work in tandem with the ways in which capitalism mobilizes ideologies of gender to normalize systems of economic exploitation. Although some women's movements, and some forms of feminism, have identified the elimination of patriarchy as the common interest of all women, patriarchy itself cannot be understood in ahistorical terms as separate from capitalism. Post-colonial feminists have argued that the ideological content of feminist consciousness should not be specified a priori according to abstract definitions. The archive of feminism, they argue, presents itself as universal but is indelibly marked by the specific historical trajectories of Western colonial capitalist development. In this chapter, I therefore follow Chandramohanty's advice and attempt to offer a discussion of women's struggles that is set not against a prescriptive test of ideological conformity but, rather, within the specific historical experience and political culture of South Africa. I suggest that as a working, open-ended definition, feminism is the project of examining the particular ways in which power operates between the political, economic, and social spheres. It is the complex interaction between these spheres that reveals how gender works to mark power and resource distributions. The process of excavating theoretical and political archives that might offer up the imaginative components of a society that included women as full, equal, and capable citizens involved, necessarily, a project of recovery. Women have been hidden from history, as Sheila Robotham argued. However, recovering alternative archives has proved to be both difficult and insufficient for the project of transforming leftist thought. Despite a growing body of historiography of gender and sexuality, very few texts outside of feminist scholarship address gender power in their theorizing. This lacuna remains puzzling, especially given the visibility of women in various political movements in South Africa. It seems a particularly retro comment to make in 2016 that most projects of theorizing South African politics either ignore the vectors of gender and sexuality, or address them through a separate chapter on women. I suggest that there are two reasons for this will to ignore. Firstly, the persistence of sharp distinctions between theory and practice pushes out of focus forms of understanding that are crafted in the messy, contingent, and complex negotiations in families, households, workplaces and organizations. Archives of women's struggles do exist, of course, but are seen to be somehow separate from mainstream archives. Rarely are the pamphlets and slogans of women's organizations accorded the status of theoretical interventions. Nor have the theorizations produced by the academic interlocutors of women's movements been treated as equivalent in leftist scholarship in South Africa to, for example, those of working-class struggles. Women scholars have always been in the minority in the academy, and feminist scholars even more scarce. But that does not explain why the male left has not actively worked at integrating the work of its feminist comrades. Secondly, problems of marginality of feminist insights are compounded by the extent to which the subject of male left theorizing in South Africa tends to be a fixed, homogeneous category, worker, or black, or African. As I will suggest in more detail below, it is simply not possible to detach women's gendered struggles from their other markers of status and identities. That is undoubtedly the case for men, too. The argument about the entanglements of oppression is made powerfully by race theorists, not least Steve Biko, but frequently stops at theorizing men as gendered and sexual subjects. For women, though, the effect is very particular. Feminists reveal women and men as messy subjects who destabilize the certainties of socialist, black consciousness and nationalist analyses of South African politics. I would venture to say that this is the key explanation for why gender and sexuality are treated to obligatory but separate conference panels and book chapters. The left simply does not know what to do with them. Yet surely we must agree that the continued deployment of fixed categories in theory impoverishes all forms of theory. The effects for political projects are very real. Women's participation in socialist and nationalist struggles paradoxically propelled their political agency and simultaneously restrained their abilities to imagine forms of liberation outside of the terms of male-dominated ideologies. Yet, the trajectories of struggle in South Africa have also shown how the containment of women's radical demands postponed the idea of the liberation of women and, at the same time, conceded ground to conservative approaches that could not stand up to the challenges of the post-1994 era. Consequently, we might be tempted to argue that despite the fact that the core demands of feminists were for substantive transformation, the post-1994 era saw gender equality redefined as formal equality and co-opted into new systems of ruling. Indeed, gender found its place in a government led by the African National Congress not as a radical project but as the alibi for a thin form of state-managed social authoritarianism. That this emerging authoritarianism is unsuccessful must be ascribed, I argue, to a new form of feminism emerging outside the national liberation framing of debate. I proceed by outlining the strands of feminist thinking in 20th century South Africa and then address the entangled alternatives, nationalism, equality, and sexuality. Finally, I look at the ways in which the women question has played out post-1994 under a party in government that is, paradoxically, very much implicated in these multiple archives. A catalogue of feminisms in South Africa. Elsewhere I identify four broad strands in the debates about women's liberation in South Africa: the women question approach, the radical feminist approach, the workerist position and the socialist feminist position. In retrospect, I would add two more. Although liberal feminism was only weakly developed in the mass movement, it laid out a manner of thinking about the dimensions of women's liberation that appears to have been adopted by the post-apartheid government. More recently, a sixth approach can be discerned which can be called queer feminism as a shorthand term for a complex set of concerns. Each of these approaches to feminism had strategic implications for the directions taken in political debate, and each produced forms of argument that clarified aspects of the complex formation of South Africa's political, social, and economic institutions. There were implications for political practice as well. In many instances the result was the formation of women's organizations with their own styles of work and their own agendas, as I will show below. These multiple approaches signal a thriving intellectual engagement with the realities of the bounded nature of feminist political practice. Despite the richness and complexity of the debates, these forms of theorizing are thoroughly marginalist in the dominant narratives of political history, suggesting that simply making hidden histories visible does not necessarily achieve the political aim of deepening progressive agendas. Liberal feminism. The idea of universal political rights has a peculiar trajectory in South African gender politics. Women's suffrage was first raised by Voortrekker women in Natal, who argued that their participation in battles entitled them to equal rights with men. Although white women in the Cape had the right to vote on municipal matters, no women in South Africa could vote in national elections until 1930. The suffrage cause was taken up by white women almost immediately after Union, with the formation of the Women's Enfranchisement Association of the Union. The famous socialist and feminist Olive Schreiner was its first vice president. However, the white suffragists' idea of universal rights did not extend to black people. When universal franchise for white people was introduced in 1931, it was directly tied to the diminution of the already small African vote, and eventually, by 1956, to the removal of the colored franchise. The story of liberal equality for women was thus inextricably tied to race in South Africa, and the consequence was ironically that radical activists barely considered suffrage to be a key issue until the end of the 20th century. The women question in the ANC. The dominant position within the ANC until the 1980s was that the emancipation of women was secondary to and contingent upon national liberation. The task of women activists was to mobilize women for the broader struggle. There were two tendencies within this position. In one strand, nationalism was emphasized as the primary concern. Fringinwela captured this position when she commented, "In South Africa, the prime issue is apartheid and national liberation. So to argue that African women should concentrate on and form an isolated feminist movement, focusing on issues of women in the narrowest sense, implies African women must fight so that they can be equally oppressed with African men. As I will show in the next section, this position was changed as more assertive forms of feminism gained traction in the ANC in exile and in women's organizations inside the country. The other tendency within this broad categorization was that of Marxist feminism. It followed the Communist Party approach that the struggle for liberation in South Africa was a two-stage struggle in which deracialization of the bourgeoisie was the first aim and socialism the second stage. Women's liberation, it was argued, would only be achieved under communism, and until that point the national liberation struggle had to take precedence. Critics of the idea of women organizing under a banner of feminism selectively invoked early 20th century socialist activists who were dismissive of feminism. For example, Rosa Luxemburg worried that feminism was promoted by bourgeois women who were tools of the ruling classes. As some feminists argued in the 1980s, this was a selective reading of Marxist archives. For example, Luxemburg had ended by quoting Charles Fournier that female emancipation was the degree and natural measure of the general emancipation. The radical feminist position. Radical feminism was always a relatively marginal ideology within the landscape of South African women's organizations. Nevertheless, it is discursively important in laying out the foundation for expanding understanding of the sources of women's oppression beyond class and colonialism. This position was primarily articulated by white feminists who worked to end violence against women, and especially to deal with rape survivors. Many radical feminists were based at university campuses, while others worked in the rape crisis centers that were established in several city centers in the 1980s. A small number were also involved in anti-apartheid organizations such as the Black Sash and the Johannesburg Democratic Action Committee, which was affiliated with the United Democratic Front. In the radical feminist understanding, the primary source of women's oppression lay in patriarchy, defined as an overarching structure of male power. Male-dominated organizations could thus not be trusted to advance women's interests. Women's organizations should be built as exclusively female organizations that would offer a safe organizational space to women. Such organizations would be characterized by a specific set of political values that included collective work, nurturing and mutual support. The workerist position. Politically, the workerist position was articulated not in the space of the national liberation movements but in some trade unions. Indeed, it was distinguished by its rejection of nationalism as an ideological vehicle. In this strand of thinking, working-class women's organizations should be separate and autonomous from national liberation movements because women's demands would never be met by a nationalist movement dominated by the petty bourgeois interests of men. Women activists should associate themselves with the struggles of women workers and with the independent trade unions, and cross-class women's organizations should be of secondary importance. As with the Marxist feminists, it was argued that women's interests would ultimately only be met by the overthrow of capitalism. The socialist feminist position. Socialist feminism was articulated most openly by women activists inside the country, many associated with the trade union movement and with the feminist media, as well as with some academics. A few activists in exile also self-defined themselves as socialist feminists. An early text, Olive Schreiner's Women and Labor, was extremely influential in Europe but surprisingly little known inside South Africa. In this approach, women's organizations need relative autonomy from both the national liberation movement and the labor movement. That is, they should link women's struggles with national and workers' struggles while maintaining internal control over decision-making. Women's organizations should be shaped by a feminist approach that linked race and class to gender, and understood that women's interests were consequently also differentiated. Queer feminism. This form of feminism emerged within public discourses on the left once the transition from apartheid began in the early 1990s. It was first associated with the progressive lesbian and gay rights movements of the 1980s and 1990s, which supported the ANC and sought to make sexual rights part of the liberation agenda. Their success in ensuring that sexual discrimination was a form of unfair discrimination significantly expanded and strengthened the equality clause in the Constitution. However, the ongoing violence against black lesbian women propelled a more explicit framing of anti-racist queer politics separately from mainstream politics. Queer feminism focuses attention on the ways in which heteronormative patriarchy intersects with race and class to fix people within a hierarchy of power. It draws attention to the problems with binary conceptions of gender, and argues that many women's organizations reproduce problematic conceptions of gender as entirely socially constructed. Queer feminism argues that power is embodied through ongoing processes of marking femininities and masculinities through violence. Rejecting that binary logic of male, female as the basis of either social identity of gender or biological category of sex, queer feminism destabilizes the conceptual underpinnings of feminism. It argues for an intersectional approach that includes not only markers of inequality such as race and class, but also sexuality, nationalism and some complicated entanglements. As the catalogue of forms of feminism in South Africa demonstrates, there has been little consensus among women activists about the intellectual foundations of struggles for women's liberation or the appropriate forms of political organization and mobilization. It is apparent that many of these framings took place in an entanglement with nationalism, and that the national question acted as a kind of discursive master narrative. Women were not excluded from the nationalist struggle. On the contrary, they were invited into forms of collective agency and accorded political responsibility. They were treated as gendered political subjects. Yet it has to be asked, what kinds of political subjects are possible within a nationalist framework? Feminism has always and everywhere been in a contestatory relationship with nationalism, and several scholars have shown why this is not surprising. Nira Yuval Davis and Floya Anthias have provided a theoretically influential list of the ways in which nationalism is a gendered project. Women are the biological reproducers of nations and ethnic groups. The control of women's sexuality is central to the reproduction of the boundaries of groups. Women are positioned as the active transmitters of national culture. National differences are symbolically signified through women. Women are active participants in nationalist struggles. Yuval Davis and Anthias argue that, for these reasons, nationalism cannot be studied outside of a theory of gender power. In particular, nationalism deploys ideas of the private into the public, centering the metaphor of family while eliding the differentiated power and interests within the family. It also deploys a particular language of unity that is resistant to dissident notions of the good society, that promote the redistribution of power in the public sphere of the state but also in the private spheres of the economy and family. Indeed, for some analysts in South Africa, the aim of nationalism was not so much to marginalize feminism as to silence it. By the end of the 1980s, the tensions were palpable between the mandarins in the ANC and internal feminism that was beginning to ask critical questions about whether national liberation would deliver a society that would address gender inequalities. These differences came powerfully to the fore at the Malibongwe Conference held in Amsterdam in 1990. The conference presented the first opportunity for women activists inside the country and in exile to come openly into contact. At the cusp of the transition to democracy, it was a crucial event for addressing the shape of a post-apartheid society. Analyzing debates at Malibongwe, Charman, DeSward, and Simons conclude that the emphasis on national unity precluded a gendered analysis of both class and race in South Africa. A common defense of national liberation's approach to the women question is that nationalism itself was less a problem than its specific terms. The ANC's forward-looking, modernizing nationalism is generally distinguished from, for example, Afrikaner nationalism. Deborah Gateschels and Elaine Unterhalter's comparative study of motherist mobilization in African and Afrikaner nationalism is emblematic of this approach. Zine Magubane makes similar arguments about the ways in which maternalism found progressive forms in the ANC. These readings suggest that even though nationalism has limits, these limits could be breached under certain circumstances. Favorable conditions for this include, for instance, whether there is an inclusive and porous understanding of the nation, whether there are democratic notions of equality in the framing of political demands by other political actors in a nationalist alliance, and the extent to which women are able to self-identify the content of their politics. Yet there remains a resistant kernel in nationalist politics, an inherent constitutive limit to the extent to which it can accommodate the full range of conditions necessary for women's liberation. I address these limits again below, in the section that deals with sexuality. One last point needs to be made in relation to the tensions between the national question and the women question. The preeminence of national liberation was by no means self-evident or inevitable. The catalogue of types of feminism provided in the previous section shows that alternative spaces existed in which feminists could locate their claims, and there are numerous examples of political movements among women that sought to pursue semi-autonomous paths. However, the hegemony of nationalism was an outcome of struggles within the left, one which reflected the persistent failure of male-dominated movements to address gendered inequalities. Substantive equality. In this section, I want to note the idea of substantive equality as a commonly held idea across all of the variants of feminism described above. Substantive equality was understood as involving the removal of formal discrimination as well as positive interventions by the state to ensure that the systemic and economic basis of gender differentials would be eroded by the redistribution of public resources. The strength of these ideas can be plotted across several decades of debate within women's organizations, as I will show below. I use three key texts to explore the conceptions of equality in the broadly defined women's movement. These are the two women's charters and the 1996 Constitution. The 1954 Women's Charter was drafted by the Federation of South African Women, and the 1994 Women's Charter for Effective Equality by the Women's National Coalition. Although these two moments were very different in political, social, and economic terms, the core idea of equality is surprisingly stable across 5 decades. Both documents understand equality to involve radical changes in the structure of society as well as in social and cultural relations. They note the complicities of the law in upholding inequalities, especially those in the private sphere, and demand the removal of the formal aspects of discrimination. Yet the demands go well beyond formal equality. In the 1954 Charter, for example, the demands include the rights to participation and representation in decision-making, full legal equality in respect of property, marriage, and children, and the removal of legal restrictions on women's mobility. But, importantly, the document also addresses women as economic actors. It demands the right to work, and to equal pay for equal work. Recognizing the disproportionate burdens of care that are placed on women as a result of the sexual division of labor, the Charter demands a radically redistributive approach to public policy including social provision of child care, free education for all children and state provision of welfare services. The listing of custom and tradition as obstacles to the equality of women is also radical, in the sense that the drafters were prepared to name and tackle the private power of men. This universalism was located in the vision of a modern society in which the traditionalist past would be superseded by a set of values that recognized the inherent equality of all citizens. In 1994, the Women's National Coalition was more forthright in naming these practices as patriarchal when it stated that patriarchy was responsible for women's marginalization. The Charter also proposes stronger protection for women in the Constitution, demanding in Article 9 that custom, culture, and religion shall be subject to the Equality Clause in the Constitution. Article 7 calls for restructuring of traditional institutions in accordance with principles of equality, and demands women's right to participate in traditional institutions of decision-making and equal representation on traditional courts. There are other significant shifts over the half-century in the ways in which equality was understood. The 1954 Charter was clearly heteronormative in its framing of equality. It was assumed that the task was to be equal to men, both within families and in the public sphere. But the underpinning conception of families was that they were the product of conventional heterosexual relationships. The Charter paid attention to the destruction of tribal and kinship bonds as a result of the migrant labor system and urbanization. It recognized that women had become wage earners in their own right, and wanted the reform of laws that rested on an older conception of women's status. The drafters were clear that while the traditional social structure of families had been disrupted, the protections offered to women in that system needed to be provided in other ways. Yet they do not offer any inkling as to their thinking about what alternative family and household systems might look like. By 1994, these kinds of issues had been more widely debated, no doubt influenced by the intensification of urbanization as well as the greater independence of women from traditional marriage and family systems. The 1994 Charter recognized the diversity of families, and includes a capacious demand that all family types have to be recognized and treated equally, as well as the right of all people to choose their partners. In various forms throughout the document, sexual and reproductive rights are introduced into the language of equality. These included the right to choose a partner and the right to decide in the nature and frequency of sexual contact within marriage and intimate relationships. The 1994 Charter echoes its 1954 predecessor in calling for women to have equal rights in marriage, especially with regard to inheritance, property, and the right to credit. This was a reflection of how little progress had been made in the intervening half-century with regard to women's formal equality. In 1994, modernity appears in the same political form as 1954, as a set of political rights claimed against the state, but this time it is a claim on the basis of human rights and democracy rather than the compromised idea of civilization. The context is one in which a new constitution was being drafted and new institutions of the state were being elaborated. The Women's Charter for Effective Equality lists 4 principles that should underpin the state's provision of public services: social justice, equality, appropriateness, and accessibility. The word effective in the Charter's name was specifically chosen to describe the kind of equality envisioned, limited not just to political and legal equality but also to women's social and economic power. New in the 1994 document was the inclusion of the strategy of affirmative action as a way of recognizing and redressing disadvantages. This was part of the strategy for effective equality, by which was meant the equality of outcomes rather than the same treatment for all people. This position was strongly pushed by the ANC and its allies in the Women's National Coalition, and on several occasions it stood up to alternative framings by the Democratic Party, which was keen to limit the demands in the Charter to political rights in the public sphere, leaving the family and economy out of the framing altogether on the grounds that these were beyond the state's sphere of influence. Both documents see economic inequalities as substantially limiting any formal rights women may be granted. In 1954, the Women's Charter argued for women's right to work and equal pay for equal work, radical demands in the context of apartheid policies that sought to exclude women from the cities. The 1994 Charter recognized for the first time the impact of women's unpaid labor on their access to labor markets and on their gendered burdens in the household. It also noted the predominance of women in the precarious informal economy. The document makes significant links between the public and private sphere in other ways as well. For example, it considers that unless the power relations in households are shifted, women will remain exploited and subordinate. Sexual and reproductive rights are one part of the solution, according to the Charter. The other is to ensure that all members of the household should endeavor to share in domestic labor and that women should have access to household finances. Several demands of the Women's Charter for Effective Equality were incorporated into South Africa's new constitution in 1996. This was not achieved easily. The first draft of the constitutional principles, issued in May 1993, did not contain any explicit reference to the value of non-sexism, despite the numerous demands of gender activists. When the Women's National Coalition lobbied the multi-party negotiation process on the need to directly forbid sexism, the drafters stalled, arguing that a general clause on non-discrimination implied that non-sexism was valued. It was only when the interim constitution was finally presented to the Constitutional Assembly for ratification that the clause was finally included. This was due in no small measure to the concerted action of a substantial cohort of newly elected women members of Parliament. The argument for an equality clause in the Constitution had an even messy political path. The Women's Charter for Effective Equality demanded that culture, custom, and religion, insofar as they impact upon the status of women in marriage, in law, and in public life, shall be subject to the Equality Clause in the Bill of Rights of any new constitution. But the WNC was thwarted by a coalition of traditional leaders, who were determined that their powers in areas under traditional authority should not be undermined. And although rural women were powerfully represented in the WNC by the Rural Women's Movement, traditional leaders in areas such as rural KwaZulu-Natal potentially had the capacity to foment unrest in an already fragile transition to democracy. The ANC convinced its feminist allies that it was committed to the reform of customary law and that it was simply a matter of implementing it in a politically less volatile environment. The upshot was that in the final constitution in 1996 rights to custom were allowed and gender equality was framed as a trump clause, precisely what the WNC had demanded. It seemed that implementation of the legislative reforms necessary to remove the second-class status of rural African women would proceed without a hitch. As subsequent developments were to show, the ANC proved to be an unreliable ally on this front. Sexuality. The past 2 decades in South Africa have revealed a sharp schism in debates on gender rights. On the one hand, there is a category which might be termed virtuous claims to equality, for example, demands for numerical increases in the representation of women in parliament. On the other hand, claims to sexual rights and justice for people with non-normative sexualities, women living under the rule of traditional leaders and sex workers, have less purchase in the public sphere. The narrative of democracy in South Africa is centered on a modernist idea in which the pinnacle is the formal sphere of the state and the constitution. Remarkably, and paradoxically, despite the consensus about the importance of substantive equality in envisioning a free society, after 1994 ideas of formal gender equality began to dominate the strategies of political elites. The triumph of a form of feminism in South Africa that focuses only on access to places in institutional hierarchies is the instantiation of this modernist approach to containing the justice claims of women. These kinds of claims do not question the underlying structures of power in the relationships between citizens and the state, or at the very least they strategically suspend those questions. In South Africa, the outward manifestations of the state, personnel, institutions, and policies, have been significantly stripped of their gender markers as a result. The numbers of women in the South African parliament have steadily increased from nearly 28% in 1994 to 35% in 2014. By and large, this numerical increase in parliament and government through the use of quotas has been relatively successful in disrupting the associations between maleness and political office. The overall emphasis, in both representation and in interpreting the demands of equality in policy making, has been to use targets and quotas as the proxy indicator for women's empowerment. In that feminist strategy, women are positioned as a homogeneous and subordinate group, whose citizenship claims are encapsulated in a demand for equality of representation in already existing institutions of power. That is a modernist demand, in that it frames a demand for recognition in the context of the liberal democratic public sphere. From this perspective, social inequalities reflect the cultural lag between the democratic ideal of equality and the slowness of people to adjust their attitudes. It is a lag that will be resolved as institutions and norms spread more widely. As Mohanty argues, however, this way of thinking about women in terms of their object status, how they are or are not affected by institutions and systems, does not confront the multifarious ways in which social categories of gender are constituted and reproduced. In order to grasp those dimensions of gender, a different kind of conversation is required. It should address the structures of meaning that link the public and the private spheres, and that address normative dimensions as part of a productive debate. This conversation should not be closed off by the insertion of an equality clause in the Constitution or the creation of group quotas but, rather, opened up by the recognition of women as persons. To recognize women as persons requires a recognition of their autonomy, individuality, and agency, in other words, their capacity to act outside of the boundaries of nation. But it is difficult to carve space for a conversation about the social without coming up against the difficulties of the politics of culture. and the experiences of the past 2 decades have suggested that cultural politics limits the space for feminist claims. 2 examples of contestations between feminists and their former ally, the ANC, illustrate the difficulties entailed in moving the project of equality beyond inclusion into existing institutions. One is the debate about the Traditional Courts Bill, and the other is the intractable problem of gender-based violence. Thabo Mbeki and Jacob Zuma are frequently contrasted in journalistic analyses. Mbeki is characterized as the intellectual, modern Africanist committed to gender equality, while Zuma is portrayed as a traditionalist whose support for customary social relations is reflected in his personal choices. Mbeki certainly promoted women in parliament and in his cabinets, and during his time in office women advanced to the most senior positions. Indeed, it could be argued that by the time of the Polokwane Conference, the gender equality lobby was closely associated with the Mbeki faction in the ANC. When the chips were down, though, the ANC Women's League supported Jacob Zuma and were rewarded with the creation of a Ministry of Women and People with Disabilities. This was not sufficient, though, to ensure that women's demands for redistribution would be addressed. Under Mbeki's presidency, the innovative Women's Budget Initiative, which systematically tracked public spending on the reduction of gender inequalities, was shut down. This was a major setback for the feminist redistributive agenda, as without the hard economic instruments to measure progress, women's demands were whittled down to the vaguest of good intentions. The position worsened under the Zuma presidency. The introduction of the Traditional Courts Bill implied that even formal equality between women might be under threat, as black women living in tribal jurisdictions would have to contend with systems of governance in which they would have even fewer rights than under apartheid. The other area in which the cracks in the ANC's commitments to substantive equality can be seen is in the area of gender-based violence. In the past 2 decades, gender-based violence has persisted at distressingly high levels, and it is prevalent across all economic and cultural boundaries. In particular, there has been an increase in crimes against black lesbians, and the overwhelming evidence is that women are most at risk of attack by intimate partners. Interventions at the legislative and policy levels have been minimally effective. While the causes for the persistence of violence against women are complex and, to some extent, outside of the reach of the state, political leadership from the ANC has been weak. Instead of allying with feminists to drive a strong program to counter the forms of male power that enable violence, both presidents have undercut real understanding and debate in the public sphere. Helen Moffat notes how Mbeki deflected public conversations about race by implying that feminists were caricaturing black men. Solidarities with black men became pitted against solidarities with women, an odd departure from the intersectional approach, the so-called triple oppression that had characterized ANC discourse in the past. As an example, note the interchange in 2004 between Charlene Smith, a journalist who had herself been raped in 1999, and Thabo Mbeki. Smith was reporting on rape statistics released by the National Commissioner of Police in September 2004, which showed that the number of rape cases per 100,000 people had remained more or less static in the first 10 years of democracy. Mbeki said Smith saw black men as barbaric savages. She was saying our cultures, traditions, and religions as Africans inherently make every African man a potential rapist, view which defines the African people as barbaric savages. Mbeki claimed that Smith stereotyped blacks. Whether Mbeki was misreading Smith is only part of the issue at stake. What he was giving voice to, and probably manipulating politically, was precisely the embeddedness of notions of rape in the marking out of white supremacy. However, disempowering whiteness will not be sufficient to address the violent forms in which masculinity is articulated. Not only did Jacob Zuma do little to challenge this kind of discourse, he most certainly widened the gap between feminists and the ANC. In his rape trial, Zuma used arguments based on Zulu culture to justify his view that he was entitled to have sex with his accuser. His widely reported statements in 2012 on the importance of motherhood and marriage for women added further evidence that a more conservative set of attitudes was emerging in government that would have an impact on the project of gender equality. More women in parliament, or a stronger women's league in the ANC, have not staved off the rising conservatism. Indeed, at times the senior women leaders have been complicit in the discursive shifts. In August 2009, for example, the Minister of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities, Lulu Sinwana, walked out of an exhibition entitled Innovative Women because it showed women in nude poses and various forms of love between women. Sinwana was offended at the exhibition, which she described as pornographic and immoral. Although the exhibition was sponsored by Zingwana's government department and was part of the celebration of Women's Month, a series of activities held every year to honor the contribution of women to South African society, it clearly did not fit into the preconceived notion of what constituted virtuous female citizenship. Undoubtedly, the exhibition was unsettling to those for whom the narrative of democracy is twinned with the celebration of the presence of women in government. For them, to note the dissonances in democracy, the violence towards those who choose to live outside the given forms of gender, or who articulate intimacies that defy the pristine images of virtuous maternalist politics, is to disrupt the very core of the nation. 22 years after the party that was to represent the demands of women came to power, one stark fact remains constant. Women find themselves predominantly in the ranks of the poorest in society. The expansion of social grants by the ANC government, and particularly the introduction of the Child Support Grant, has been a major poverty alleviation tool. However, it cannot compensate entirely for an economy with limited jobs and moreover one with large sections that are informal and outside of the regulations on working conditions that have been secured for formal sector workers. According to the National Planning Commission, women-headed households are more likely to be poor and, despite the virtual elimination of gender differentials in the quantity of education, continue to earn less than men. About 61% of women live in poverty, and 31% live in destitution, compared with 39% and 18% of men respectively. As I have shown above, throughout the past 2 decades race and culture were invoked as rhetorical devices against the claims of women to the rights of personhood and autonomy. This is not accidental. Retaining the idea of women as central to the family and community is essential in an economy in which jobs are scarce and care needs are high. Women's unpaid labor within families is vital to sustaining households in crisis and, in a context of heightening food insecurity, the privatization of the burden of meeting basic needs requires the normative underpinnings of conservative social values. When the delivery of important basic services such as accessible clean water, healthcare, and affordable electricity is compromised, it is women who have to act as shock absorbers. The continued gender division of labor means that it is women who have to make do for the household and community. Nowhere is this more glaringly apparent than in the rate of maternal mortality, a measure of the number of maternal deaths per 100,000 live births. It is a good proxy for measuring the quality of a country's healthcare system as well as the status of women in a society. The causes of maternal mortality may be immediately medical, but the underlying causes are a complex mixture of social, political, and economic forces. This indicator relates to women's fundamental rights to health and life, and, from a feminist perspective, it is a good indicator of what difference it may make to have women in decision-making roles. After all, it is a gendered concern that should cut across differences such as class, race, and ethnicity. It is also a developing country problem. 99% of all maternal deaths occur in developing countries, with more than half occurring in sub-Saharan Africa. It is hard to think of a cross-cutting gender issue that could be more important either to a government or to a women's movement. We know that when healthcare is paid out of household budgets, the health of women and girls is most at risk. They are the last priority for household spending on health. Against the history of equality mapped in earlier sections of this paper, it is not unreasonable to expect that as women move into government they will have positive effects on healthcare spending. But the statistics show a different pattern, and we can read into them the complexity of making claims that there is a positive correlation between representation and outcomes. The line between the two, representation and outcomes, is broken in South Africa. Table 1 tells the story. Table 1. Maternal mortality ratio by 5-year intervals. Maternal mortality ratio is the number of maternal deaths per 100,000 live births. Source: http://www.childinfo.org/maternal_mortality_ratio.php. Outcomes matter for feminist politics. This single indicator shows the extent to which the failure to drive a redistributive project has affected the actual lives of women. The full story is doubtless more complex, and it is beyond the scope of this chapter to undertake an accounting of policy directions and implementation in democratic South Africa, but surely the maternal mortality ratio should give pause for thought. Conclusion: democracy and postponement. The strongest legacy of the mobilization of women in South Africa through the course of the 20th century was the political consensus that not only should women have a greater voice in decision-making about public resources, but that those resources should be directed towards reducing the inequalities rooted in economic and social structures. That consensus is embodied in the Constitution. To be sure, one part of this relates to parity in representation, full legal equality for all, and a public commitment to the rights of women. But that was always understood among feminists inside and out of the ANC to be one side of the bargain, the other side was the redistribution of status and resources. Yet the outcome of 2 decades of democratic rule has been the dismantling of that consensus in the face of economic pressures and the fight for political survival. Even though the ANC and its allies played a central role in establishing the normative consensus of the secular, universalist democratic value framework of the 1996 Constitution, it seems willing to trade this away for political survival in a brutal economic climate. Equality is espoused as a formal project of the state, a form of state-sponsored feminism, but its radical potential to enable women to be full citizens is undercut by its detachment from the complexities of power relations in society. What has happened in practice is what Nancy Fraser has shown so eloquently is happening in many parts of the world. Feminism has been reduced to liberal feminism, and the forms of feminism promoted have proved to be remarkably friendly to capitalist democracy in the 21st century. Chapter 13. Workerists and the National Question. Alec Irwin. Introduction. The early 1970s saw the re-emergence of the non-racial trade union movement after decades of repression by the apartheid regime. Its sustained and effective effort carried through to the present day. This chapter will examine one of the major groupings within the resurgence, the Federation of South African Trade Unions, and its antecedents. FOSATU went on to form the core of the Congress of South African Trade Unions launched in Durban at the end of 1985. FOSATU tended to place a heavy emphasis on shop floor organization and plant-based bargaining. As a result, critical activists often saw it as being syndicalist in orientation or, in the term coined in the 1980s, as workerist. This chapter will assess the nature of the organizational form more carefully and identify what it offers in regard to the national question. The revival of non-racial trade union organization was relatively widespread. The initial leadership was an interesting combination of experienced cotters coming off the island, key officials in the registered unions, young left-wing intellectual activists, and a courageous and determined worker leadership that emerged out of intense, largely spontaneous, strike action. This combination was undoubtedly important in many ways. FOSATU, formed in 1979, evolved and implemented a specific organizational approach. This was articulated in some detail in the Second FOSATU Congress in 1982, where an embryonic political philosophy can also be detected. This Second Congress coincided with the re-emergence of mass-based community action. The United Democratic Front was formed the following year. There were distinct differences in approach of FOSATU's organizing and that of the UDF, which led to a vigorous debate in the mid-1980s, usually styled populist versus workerist, tags that masked more than they informed. The national question and workerists. The national question has long been a vexed issue within left thinking. It would be all too easy to tag the workerists as an expression of syndicalism and thereby conveniently disqualify them from such a grand dialogue. Although the workerists were not syndicalists, for many observers what they saw looked very like a form of syndicalism. To fully understand this movement, we need to delve deeper into the exigencies of the time because they imposed certain imperatives upon the organizational practices. It was these exigencies, rather than grand theories, that shaped the praxis of the time. Out of such praxis, a proto-political philosophy emerged. It embodied a reasonably cogent approach to institution building, working-class organization, and social coherence that merits another look. The debate on the national question ranges across a wide range of politics, schools of thought and organizations, as illustrated by the existence and nature of this volume. At times the debates and positions adopted are not self-evidently related to the national question. The workerist versus populist debate is a case in point. One needs to read carefully to define how it relates to the national question, but relate it does. The Joe Foster speech. At the Second Congress of FOSATU in 1982, General Secretary Joe Foster read out a speech entitled The Workers' Struggle, Where Does FOSATU Stand?, often referred to as the Foster speech. Two things about the speech are striking. The first is how it recorded a journey of unionization over a few intense years, and the second is that it did indeed say something important that is worth reassessing in the present day. Joe Foster delivered the speech, but there has been much speculation as to who the author was. The answer is important: there were many. The drafting process was one of the key moments in consolidating the thinking and organizational practice within FOSATU, and also had a major impact on how the Federation approached many subsequent challenges. This organizational approach came to dominate in the formation and early years of COSATU. The Foster speech was a product of some months of meetings, discussions, and laborious drafts by one or other scribe. The culinary staple was Kentucky Fried, the days before Nando's and laptops won the day. Participants were the intellectuals, active, banned and associated with the unions. Then there were experienced unionists such as Fred Sauls, Joe Foster, and Laquette Leaders who had grown up in the registered union movement. A key group was the new worker leadership, either shop steward or organizer. In those early days, the organizers had only recently left the shop floor. This cadre of worker leaders was crucial for two reasons. First, they were the link to the factories. Second, as a result of the close proximity of the factories to the townships, they increasingly played a leadership role in communities. Worker leaders such as Chris Dlamini, John Gamamo, and Moses Makizo were prominent in community activity in the East Rand, Eaton Hague and Alexandra respectively. The leadership in Natal, Jeffrey Villain, Mike Mabiakolu, Biki Enchalai, Willis Mhanu, Alpheus Mthethwa, Moses Ndlovua, and John Makatini among many, had an even more integrated and complex role in the community. This reality and their insights allowed for a more systematic assessment of the role the unions should be playing in community activism. The juxtaposing of localized worker organization and community militancy was an important development, and the worker leaders rapidly developed strategic and tactical acuity. Their role in the drafting process was seminal. Most of the actual collating and drafting was done in the FOSATU executive, but many other meetings were held with participation from the wider group. This exercise in praxis was to inform a great deal of the subsequent educative and policy-making efforts within FOSATU and later COSATU. The FOSATU approach to organization. It was the early and difficult years of organization from the Trade Union Advisory and Coordinating Council through to FOSATU that were the dominant factor in shaping the content of the Foster speech. There was a determination to survive in order to establish unions, but there was also a longer-term objective, which was to strengthen working-class organization. The Foster speech attempted to pull these threads together in an overall organizational and, indeed, a proto-political philosophy. Conditions were difficult and it took persistence and courage to build these fledgling structures. This context influenced the mindset that informed the organizational practices. Banning and detention could neutralize organizational capacity and, accordingly, a robust organization had to be built up quickly in order to survive. In particular, organizational structures had to be located where it was hardest for the repressive apparatus of the apartheid state to get to them. Clearly, this was on the shop floor. 1. The shop stewards had to be as self-sufficient as possible in their leadership roles, given the vulnerability of the organizers. This, then, informed the emphasis on training, study, and debate. Not surprisingly, there was much study of the theories of guerrilla warfare. The factory-based leadership had to have a sense of strategy and tactics. The shop stewards were the fish swimming in the sea of factories, which could never be entirely drained by the repressive apparatus. These organizational imperatives meant an emphasis on factories and a tactical caution about taking on losing battles, a form of guerrilla unionism. In its form this looked very much like syndicalism intertwined with economism and, for many skeptics, even reformism. However, behind it there was a strategic intent to build a lasting working-class organization as opposed to a purely trade union organization. A conviction grew that the meaning of working-class organization had to involve the effective and lasting organization of workers in their workplaces, where their basic potential power lies. This organization had to be structured in a manner that allowed them to influence wider community, social and political events in favor of the working class. The Foster speech marked a pulling together of praxis and embryonic theoretical propositions about working-class organization. However, it also has to be located in the basic reality that any attempt to organize non-racial unions in South Africa will automatically take the organization onto the terrain of the national question. This was further complicated by the existence of a powerful Zulu-based formation in the form of Inkatha, which will be dealt with more fully below. Organizational innovation. This view of working-class organization also found expression in some very concrete organizational innovations and practices which also underlay the political propositions made in the Foster speech. 3 abiding lodestars of organizational strategy at the time can be identified: survival, effectiveness, and unity. These spawned the other essentials: the need for depth in leadership, a toleration of diversity of view, and yet a capacity for collective discipline. There were 2 important early developments in this evolving organizational approach. The first revolved around the debate on organizing as many workers as possible as opposed to focusing on strategically located plants or clusters. The latter won the day, and it allowed the second important structural development, which consisted of the major changes made in the constitutions of the new unions. The majority of the registered unions of the time built their decision-making structures on branch executive committees that were composed of individuals elected at annual general meetings. There was no, or a minimal, role for the shop steward or the shop steward committee. This was a product of their evolution within the industrial council system. However, this was inadequate for the new unions built on a few factories. There was a critical need to strengthen factory-based leadership, so a new constitutional structure was developed. An unintended consequence of the banning orders that plagued many activists was an outstanding cadre of labor lawyers. 2 of them, Johnny Copeland and Halton Cheadle, worked on the new union constitutions. The Shop Steward Committee became the building block of all decision-making structures within the union. These constitutional changes were first implemented in the TWAC unions based in KwaZulu-Natal and the Witwatersrand. It soon permeated all FOSATU unions. The changes made factory or shop floor organization important. Decision-making structures were built around membership within a factory rather than membership of the union. To form a shop steward committee there had to be significant factory-level organization. In addition, the practice was that the shop stewards were elected within departments and shifts. This meant that the shop steward committee reached into the far corners of the factory. One important consequence of this was that where female workers predominated, then female shop stewards emerged. While not consciously conceived of, this outcome was to be important in developing greater gender consciousness over time. Many of these female shop stewards became a very powerful cadre of organizers and leaders. The effect of this focus on factories was to contract the unions into fewer strategically located sites of organization. This was a conscious decision, and it was to pay dividends. The strategically targeted factories were located in dense industrial concentrations where, by apartheid design, large townships were located relatively nearby. The massive frame group textile complex in Pinetown, in the region of 10,000 workers, with Claremont just a few kilometers away, was a graphic illustration of this. By the early 1980s, when the scope for organizing improved, the organized factories were strong bases from which to move rapidly forward. Even more important, as the Fozeta shop steward councils emerged, a key and natural nexus with community organization in the adjacent townships also emerged. These local shop steward councils were to play a key role in later community-based events. Industrial unionism and industrial councils. 2. Another important factor within the organizational approach was the choice made in favor of industrial as opposed to general unions. This was an early and crucial debate in THWOC, and shaped Fozeta. It was by no means a clear-cut issue, and space precludes a full examination of the intricacies of the debate. However, it was in some respects the precursor to the populist-workerist debate. The essential argument for general unions was that in favorable organizational circumstances it was best to expand organization rapidly. Those in favor of industrial unions built their argument around a competitive imperative within capitalism. This was at its strongest within an industry. Therefore, they argued that the most effective organizational strategy was to deploy by industry, strategic plants, and companies. By concentrating forces on key factories in a sector, gains could be made and then used in the next battle. The reality was that the then industrial council structure represented a de facto truce between capital and labor. Capital had agreed to set industry-wide conditions by means of industrial councils, but in exchange the unions had surrendered their factory-based organizations and plant-based bargaining. The new plant-based unionism was to rock this boat. 3. The emerging unions were built on factory-based organizational strength, and this opened new strategic possibilities within the industrial council system. The factory-based organization could be used to win plant-based agreements despite these not being contemplated in the legislation. This form of ratchet bargaining then uses the industrial council to spread the gains more rapidly than a plant-by-plant process. Since the industrial councils were a major structural feature of key sectors, it would be very difficult for capital to dismantle them in order to resist the new unions. Reformism, or laying the basis for working-class organization. As the Fozeta unions implemented the strategy of using the industrial councils, it inevitably gave rise to other actions that seemed to further reinforce the political perception that the workerists were guilty of economism and even outright reformism. The prime objective was to build and sustain factory-based organization and to consolidate the de facto power of the shop stewards. This meant increased use of the law. It was soon clear that common law could be used in place of the industrial legislation denied to the unregistered unions prior to the report of the Vihan Commission of Inquiry into Labor legislation tabled in Parliament on May 1, 1979. The law of contract was the key, and it could be used at the plant level. De facto recognition of the new unions could be built up carefully through things like grievance and disciplinary procedures. Pulling all of this together in the form of a plant-based recognition agreement made eminent sense, and was also a platform upon which to build concrete solidarity links with international unions located in the same companies abroad. The plant-based recognition agreements were pioneered by the famous Smith and Nephew Agreement in the mid-1970s. Soon, factory after factory was succumbing and a de facto reality of plant-based bargaining was emerging. This reality was recognized by the Vihan Commission in 1979. There is an obvious paradox here: the unions were using a legal system that was fundamentally illegitimate. In doing so, they were offering some recognition to the state behind it, and for the purist this smacked of collaboration, especially when these unions chose to register and then enter the industrial council system after 1979. Such an approach to organization and mobilization was bound to be in tension with the strategic imperatives of the African National Congress and its international campaign for the isolation of the apartheid regime. For the alliance, particularly its exile component, the tension revolved around the rapidly growing worker activity. This was to be welcomed, but its apparent willingness to accept various structural features of the apartheid state created consternation for many. Mass organization was more aligned with ANC strategy. This would further increase the legitimacy of the external wing of the liberation movement and prevent the accusation that they were only external movements with no presence on the ground. From the perspective of the ANC, this logic cannot be faulted. For the SACP, a left-oriented movement was emerging that did not owe open allegiance to the party. Up till then, it had been the established, although not uncontested, leader of the working class. However, for Fawzatu such open alignment merely attracted further repressive attention. Tensions and mutual doubts arose around what the fundamental objective was: mass organization to politically defeat the apartheid state, or intensive organization to build worker power. In the former, worker organization could be seen as collateral damage, while in the latter, protecting worker organization for its own sake could be seen as syndicalism. This was an inherently tense situation and required sophisticated management. In hindsight, it is also easier to see why deep-seated doubts between groups emerged. Was the concept of a national democratic phase of the revolution being challenged? Was the socialist objective being abandoned? However, as came to be realized by the senior leadership of Fawzatu, the prospect of a liberation struggle without a powerful mass movement such as the ANC seemed very remote. The essential challenge for this leadership was to establish working class power within the growing mass struggle. These basic tensions meant that at no time was TWAC or Fawzatu a homogeneous political bloc. Divisions existed, and it is important to understand this reality. Within both TWAC and Fawzatu, four tendencies emerged which contributed to ongoing tension. The comrades close to the ANC and SACP, usually through links to the rapidly growing underground network, were concerned that the organizational strategy did not fully align with that of the political movements, and were not fully convinced that their workerist comrades were at one with the alliance. This suspicion was strengthened by the existence of two smaller tendencies within the unions. There were links with groups such as the Marxist Workers' Tendency and other groups loosely defined as Trotskyist, and there was a network of links to the New Unity movement. The fourth tendency essentially argued the factory-based and industrial union organizational strategy set out above, the workerists who came to dominate. On all sides there were intellectuals, some of whom could be regarded as being an independent left and some as SACP activists. There were experienced ANC and SACP activists, and there were worker leaders. It is therefore an interesting question as to why the so-called workerist tendency came to dominate Fawzatu policy. The answer is complex, but in the end it probably boils down to the strategy being more effective on the ground, and more particularly that it resulted in real gains for workers in organized factories with recognition agreements. It is difficult to understate the importance of an increasingly strong leadership from the shop floor who were either full-time organizers or shop stewards. While it is enticing to see this as a clash of theories and, therefore, that the intellectuals were a salient factor, the reality is that the worker leaders were the final arbiters within the Fawzatu structures. It was the group that focused on industrial unions and shop floor organization that prevailed in the drafting of the Foster speech, the document that articulated their organizational, strategic, and political perspective. It was this group that was labeled workerist. It is important to understand that these substantive tendencies existed within Fawzatu at all times, but that despite them a high degree of unity within Fawzatu was maintained. Underlying this ability to retain unity were the structures that we will examine further on. However, mention must be made of a less well-known but important factor. This was a modus vivendi developed between the top leadership of Fawzatu and the top leadership of the ANC. 4. An acceptance grew on both sides that the two strategies would continue side by side. The success of the strategy based on industrial unions and the shop floor organizing was accepted by the ANC as building worker power. Equally, the need to isolate the regime and encourage mass organization was accepted by the Fawzatu leadership. In fact, following its own organizational practices, the local shop steward councils were rapidly proving to be very effective in this area. These two strategies were seen as components, despite being in tension, of the overall strategic imperative to isolate and defeat the apartheid regime. This is an important strategic point that was to play out time and time again. In effect, the senior leaders of the alliance accepted that the workerists did constitute a distinct organizational movement with differing tactical and strategic objectives that did not, however, fundamentally conflict with the objectives of the alliance, and therefore they should be worked with since they were manifestly effective. For their part, the Fozeta leadership eschewed syndicalist and socialism now positions as they realized that a mass struggle was essential to defeat apartheid, and that restricting organization to factories would not achieve that goal. To isolate the unions from the mass struggle was to be guilty of economism, while to replace factory-based organization with mass struggle was to surrender a working-class power base. These choices and tension are at the very center of the national question, and we will return to them. The THIRD Federation. What were becoming key distinguishing features of the Fozeta unions were the emphasis on the shop floor, industrial unions, and the fight for plant-based recognition agreements. All of these were then carried over as a form of Trojan horse into the prevailing industrial council system. Another key feature of the organizational practice was the relatively centralist structure of the federation itself. The Fozeta structure was relatively complex. In each affiliate, the decision-making was built up from the shop floor. This meant that the national structures of the affiliates had roots going back into the factories. However, there were three other important and often less remarked upon aspects of the federation. These were the importance of Fozeta locals and regions in the structure, and the role of differentiated voting mechanisms in the decision-making structures. As has been alluded to above, the local Fozeta shop steward councils played a very important role in local community politics. In an important sense, the influence of Fozeta in communities was a result of this localized power. It took factory-based power onto the terrain of community affairs. The importance of this to working-class organization may well be seminal. This nexus between factory-based organization and locals and community affairs offered the potential for a wider working-class organization. In drawing inferences on the importance of the factory-community nexus for the larger national question, we need to focus on regions. Each Fozeta region had a structure modeled on the national structure. This allowed for the region to deal with its many specific socio-economic and political characteristics. The situation in KwaZulu-Natal and parts of the Witwatersrand was particularly difficult as the tensions with Inkatha grew from the mid-1980s. This serious and eventually violent tension had to be handled with care. Localized community politics differed widely across the country, and keeping a coherent approach to this complexity depended on having an experienced and effective worker leadership articulating these differences within the national Fozeta structures. The federation had to deal with considerable diversity and yet embrace it in a common worker struggle. The tension with Inkatha was a serious one and could easily have divided the fledgling federation. By the mid-1980s, the alliance saw Inkatha as fully aligned with the regime, and many community activists in other provinces were only interested in isolating it. Yet again, it was the ability of worker leaders who had to deal with the challenges on the ground that enabled the federation to hold together. Many of the worker leaders in KwaZulu-Natal had to arm themselves for their protection, and many died. The union structures had to embody self-defense structures. Regional structures allowed a dialogue based on hard experience to hold the federation together. Structuring national organizations. Another important decision-making innovation was the voting system within Fozeta structures. Within executive committees or local shop steward councils of the federation, the formal voting structure was an equal vote per factory or affiliate, no matter the size of the factory or affiliate. The only place where voting was based on the size of the membership of an affiliate was in the regional and national congresses. This was based on the philosophy that within the federation each affiliate was of the same worth and should benefit equally from the advantages of the federation. However, where the key decisions were taken, there should be respect for the number of workers represented by the affiliate. This was an important balance. It protected the smaller affiliates but also acted as an impetus to form larger unions. However, What might have been most important about it was that it allowed for diversity to be accommodated. The conception of the federation was always that it was a tight federation. In effect, this was a carefully constructed system that attempted to use the organizational and survivalist benefits of factory-based organization and industrial unions, yet to bind these together into a strong national structure covering the whole economy. The regional structures of FOSATU were important, but at no time did they override the national structures of either the affiliates or the federation. This is not to suggest that all was plain sailing. Clearly, there were ongoing tensions, but the system had enough points of give to allow it to hold together. The structures of the federation and the affiliates were designed to deal with inevitable organizational tensions across regions and political viewpoints. What was central, however, was that the massive preponderance of workers in the decision-making process at key points meant that in the end one had to persuade workers of a position. Even more important was that these were not just members of the union, they were experienced leaders in their own right, coming from a tough experience of the direct conflict with capital in the workplace. These were workers who were constantly involved in making tactical and strategic decisions, and therefore could make their own assessments of various positions and how that might have an impact on them and the members in the factories that had elected them. Another important development in FOSATU was that at the outset it was a federation that embraced both registered and unregistered unions. Particularly important were the motor industry unions. The National Union of Motor Assembly and Rubber Workers of South Africa, a registered union originating in the Eastern Cape, had formed a close working relationship with a union essentially formed by it, the United Automobile and Allied Workers Union. It then formed a link with the Western Province Motor Assembly Workers Union, a smaller registered union in the Western Cape. There were also fascinating relics of another industrial age, such as the Jewelers and Goldsmiths Union. This absorption of registered unions was important for a number of reasons. The imperative of unity was at work here, leading to the pragmatic approach that worked with registered unions rather than attempting to drive them away or replace them. However, it also brought resources, experience, and negotiating expertise into the federation. Equally important, it meant the rapid growth of a national presence for the new federation. A national unity was being built. As unions entered the new federation, a process of unity started toward the building of one industrial union in each sector. This unification process provided considerable experience in the formation of unions both at the factory level and through mergers with other unions. The latter is no easy process, as differing leadership cadres have to be merged. Once again, there were advantages in building up from the shop floor. A worker leader had to have a base in a factory or workplace. From there, other worker leaders would elect them to regional or national positions in the affiliate or the federation. This contributed to a higher degree of accountability of the worker leadership. Furthermore, there were no significant additional material benefits in such a leadership position. On the contrary, one exposed oneself to greater potential danger. These processes were in effect a university in national politics, or we could call it an exercise in nation building. Different racial, ethnic, political, and pragmatic perspectives and situations were being melded into a single, well-coordinated, tight federation. It was at the core of the national question. 3 areas need to be examined in order to assess what lessons can be learned from this whole unionization process. These are the role of leadership and the importance of its structure, the ability to manage and integrate diversity, and what was conceived of as working-class organization. Worker leadership. Leadership can be seen through the lens of the individual or the collective. From the foregoing, it will be evident that the preoccupation of the workerist grouping was to build a leadership collective that operated within a structure that was itself relatively complex and designed to handle diverse views and interests. Regrettably, space precludes an examination of how later external circumstances made an impact on collective leadership, and how they handled the transition from struggle to democracy. Here we deal with how the circumstances shaped the leadership collective. FOSATU built a structured leadership cadre with links from the shop floor to the national level. This structure also straddled regional, ethnic, and political divides but was bound in a common purpose of dealing with worker issues which had an impact on all, irrespective of race, sex, or creed. The usual inference within democratic practice is that such a structured leadership would generate a high degree of accountability and must be important. However, this layering of experienced leadership might be even more important. Shop stewards, as leaders, were an integral part of the everyday workplaces and communities grappling with intricate problems. This tried and tested leadership then also participated in wider local, regional and national structures which, we have seen, were complex and capable of dealing with diversity. Clearly, it is important not to idealize either leadership or organizational structures. All social formations are subject to continuous pressures and adjust to those pressures. They are dynamic, not static, formations. The insight explored is that the positions taken by the Fossetu unions were in large measure a response to organizational exigencies. However, in choosing certain organizational and structural responses to those pressures, the base was created to enable the achievement of wider working class unity. The proposition being explored here is that in forging a degree of cohesion in complex and latently divisive social and economic situations, deep layers of active and engaged leaders provide the basis for building a national cohesion. In building on this potential, it is necessary to create structures that allow the voice of this leadership to be heard at the national level without suppressing its localized or regional authenticity. The ability of leaders to deal with regionally specific issues must not be surrendered to a national imperative, yet at the same time regional issues must not be allowed to swamp wider national imperatives. This is an exceptionally difficult balance. The account of how Fossetu was structured is that of an attempt that emerged out of necessity to deal with these issues. Lessons for the national question. It is very evident that the ANC-led alliance that came into power in 1994 was not blind to the shortcomings of the modern Westminster system as a state form. The Constitution and a host of policy choices show that there was both an awareness of the need for checks and balances and the recognition of specific collective needs. Section 9 Institutions, language equality, recognition of differing legal systems, traditional leadership recognition, the National Economic Development and Labor Council and policy choices around popular consultation in the form of Izimbazo and ward committees. All speak to this awareness. Yet, despite this, there is a manifest and growing divide between the local and the overly national state power. Maybe it is the depth of structured leadership that is missing. Strength at the base is crucial for integration of national diversity. Such strength in Fossetu proved capable of melding many differing political, sociological, cultural, and ethnic divides by ensuring that those divides were never suppressed but, at the same time, were never able to overcome the larger common purpose. What is important is that these capacities of the shop stewards cannot be ascribed to some idealized nobility of the working class towards the collective spirit. It has to be embedded in structures of decision-making that allow for high degrees of diversity and that protect the right of such diversity to exist. A democratic structure predicated only on one person, one vote will not automatically lead to a national identity. There is no wisdom in numbers or in the vote per se. In fact, it is just as likely to be abused as it is to create harmony. The key issue is the process before the vote takes place and the sense of comfort and security for all after it has taken place. Lessons might well be learned from the strong shop steward structures that were built. Another insight arising from the organizational experience of Fossetu is worth a brief exploration. A three-way tension arose during that experience, and the participation of the intellectuals heightened the tension. Representational democracy is complex when one pauses to reflect on it. The basic concept is that a person will be elected to represent the agreed collective views of a group of individuals. The first tension that might emerge is that the representative might become dislocated from the day-to-day activities of the group because they now need more time to effectively perform their representational functions. Think of the concept of MPs who are away in Parliament for much of the time, and the effective and functional methods that have to be found to keep the representatives in touch with the group they represent. This can be complex even within the localized environment of a factory and the shop floor. It is hard for workers to effectively represent their peers and do the job they were originally hired for. In addition, the THIRD unions placed emphasis on training, and this required time. The logical demand that was successfully made was for full-time shop stewards. The dynamic over time of this victory proved to be exceptionally complex, and we cannot explore it more fully here. However, the first area of tension is then in the interface between the shop steward and the group they represent. Keeping this effective and accountable cannot be taken for granted. In order for the unions to function, they need full-time functionaries. As indicated previously, the vast majority of such organizers came off the shop floor in the early days. These were not easy jobs. Recruiting workers could be a thankless task, the attentions of the apartheid security branch were endless, the hours were long and the payment meager. In addition, significant new responsibilities and skills had to be assumed and learned as the union's dues were collected by hand in those days, creating serious temptations for shop steward and organizer alike. The constitutional solution to ensuring that elected workers had primacy was to provide them with the power to vote and denying that to the organizers. This was important in form. In practice, however, the organizers had de facto power in many areas, as they were full-time, had access to information and easier access to the growing resources of the unions. In the days when the factory-based organization was central, the shop stewards developed fast and their leadership of factory organization gave them very real political power. In addition, many were relatively skilled workers able to fully understand the operations of the unions, and therefore they were in a position to exert real political power, giving substance to the form of the worker-organizer divide in the constitutions. However, the very success of the unions and the increased role of industrial councils inevitably had the effect of weakening this de facto power emanating from the shop floor. This tension between the effective political power of the elected worker leaders and the power that accrued from being a full-time organizer was persistent and moved over time to favor the latter. The last important tension that we need to explore is that between industry-specific knowledge and the technical functions usually performed by professionals, accounting, legal matters, political economy analysis. All these areas are essential in a growing union movement that has to engage in serious collective bargaining. At one level, these are services that can be procured, and as the unions got larger and more stable, this is what happened to a large degree. However, such an understanding is very incomplete. The knowledge residing within these disciplines is crucial for successful strategizing in the union movement, but only if it is complemented by the knowledge residing in worker leaders as to how the mass membership might respond. A scenario where such expertise is bought in and then assessed by worker leaders without that knowledge raises serious questions about the nature of worker control or, for that matter, citizen control of their destiny. It is in this tension that the role of the intellectuals needs to be carefully assessed. They brought much technical expertise and theoretical capacity and thereby became the key interpreters of such information. This is a position of moral hazard for the intellectual, as it is a situation that can be abused in many ways. It is also a very risky situation for the unions, as key strategic considerations might be overly influenced by poorly tested technical and specialist advice. The intellectuals and the THIRD union structures grappled with this tension in a number of ways. One of the first checks in place was the existence of many very capable and experienced unionists from the registered unions. Another was the presence of experienced ANC and SACP cadres who were always accessible. Then, as we have discussed, constitutional and operational checks and balances were put in place. The most important check, however, was the development of a deep and active leadership that had real de facto power. Important steps were taken over time to deepen and empower this leadership even more. Here the experience in drafting the Joe Foster speech was seminal. This interactive process was then built on in many subsequent ways. Residential courses were held for shop stewards on history and economics, teaching methods became participative rather than passive, educative material was produced from the earliest days. 5. Once travel abroad became more possible, a systematic program was undertaken, and the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa formed its research and development groups. The point being explored here is the role of leadership in a situation where full-time representatives and functionaries emerge in an organization and where it increasingly requires specialist, technical and professional capacities. To ensure the health of the decision-making process and its articulation with the many diffuse and often conflicting needs and interests of the membership base requires active, intelligent, and functionally dynamic structures and practices within a national organization. Working class organization. Thus far we have looked for possible insights from the organizational experience of the FOSATU unions. The likely hallmark of the workerists was their emphasis on building factory-based organization and developing a deeply layered worker leadership anchored in that factory-based organization. In the case of FOSATU, this made them capable of resisting a powerful oppressor and also of overcoming many social, ethnic and political divides in order to build an effective national organization. The manner in which these diverse social currents were managed was through the engagement of leadership cadres in the common cause of building unions to advance the worker cause. The diversities had to be melded effectively to achieve this commonly supported greater objective. Stated in this way, it is the exact equivalent of nation building and therefore also at the center of the national question. This chapter has also explored the reality that the forging of such common purpose cannot be taken for granted. It is not some subjective social urge that can be tapped by astute leadership. Institutional structures have to be built to maximize the scope for deep layers of engaged leadership and to deal with the many inherent tension that emerge within large national organizations, especially those based on forms of representational democracy. Constitutions and institutions are crucial. The FOSATU organizational experience was an intense period of grappling with these issues, and in the main it was a successful effort. What is now worth assessing is whether the form of worker organization that was developed and became also the dominant form of organizational practice within COSATU had any impact on the wider project of nation building. To do this we first need to see what in fact was conceived of as worker organization. Early in this chapter I suggested that there was in fact an embryonic political theory present in the Foster speech. In hindsight this is true, and what is also true is that it should have been more fully developed in the subsequent decades. What was articulated in the Foster speech was a well-disciplined worker organization that had a national presence within the economy but that could also actively engage in local and regional matters and was conceived of as a working class movement that would be so significant that the alliance would have little option but to accommodate it and pay heed to working class needs. It was definitely more than a trade union movement, and the FOSATU unions took their involvement beyond the workplace and industrial councils into the communities and the cultural domain. This effective power base was seen as a guarantor of worker influence in the inevitable transition process. However, a fair assessment would have to be that there was a dire need for a second Joe Foster speech process after the formation of COSATU, and then again after the democratic transition. The concept of worker organization and a working class movement articulated in 1982 was too vague to meet the two challenges that presented themselves at those times. In 1985, the assessment made, not unanimously by any means, was that COSATU was strong enough to replace the South African Congress of Trade Unions as the union component of the alliance. At one level this was obvious since SACTU was no longer effectively functional on the ground, but it did not automatically follow that COSATU should replace it in the alliance. The decision to do so was heavily swayed by the need for unity in that conjuncture. The struggle was at its most intense and violent. In such a situation the rapid consolidation of the liberation movement was the imperative, and this view won the day and, even in hindsight, seems hard to fault. What was missing, however, was a process to decide exactly how the well-organized worker formations would work with the alliance. This was a complex issue as in reality COSATU was working with the UDF on the ground, and in that situation had no difficulty in holding its own as its formation formed a powerful component of the UDF. Alongside this, the COSATU senior leadership, in occasional meetings, was the formal point of contact with the formal structures of the ANC and the SACP. 6. Then, in 1990, following Joe Slovo's famous paper of 1988, many senior union leaders formally joined the SACP. This further increased the access of union leaders to the top decision-makers in the other alliance partners. Given the exigencies of the time, this had many parallels with a war cabinet-type situation. In hindsight, though, this situation laid the basis for later inadequacies in building worker and working-class organizations. It is difficult to see how the union leadership could have avoided such an active involvement with the alliance. However, what was needed was a longer-term reflection on how the relationship between worker organization and the alliance should be structured. In particular, the relationship with the SACP, as a purportedly class-based party, should have been thought through. Key COSATU leaders such as J. Naidu stated time and time again that the unions were not a conveyor belt for the ANC, and de facto on the ground, the COSATU structures remained very robust and very often dominant. However, there was a need for a serious process, similar to the Foster speech process, to work this through. This is not to suggest that nothing happened. A great deal was done to maintain unity in COSATU, and the tendencies that were described in FOSATU carried over into COSATU. Maintaining unity in this situation was a great achievement. However, by failing adequately to foresee the dangers of an unstructured relationship within the alliance and by paying insufficient attention to the need to find new ways of building working-class organization, the workerist leadership missed a major opportunity to build working-class power. Whether the circumstances of the day and the subjective capacities of the leadership would have allowed them to define such new organizational structures and processes will remain one of the vexed issues of our own history. However, at the least there was an overestimation of how far towards worker organization the alliance could be cajoled, and there was an overestimation of the resilience of the worker leadership structures that had been built up within COSATU. The workerists were correct to place emphasis on worker organization but failed to take further the embryonic position in the Foster speech. The result of these processes was that the alliance existed only at the top structures, national and regional. Below that no effective structure existed. Where workers were well organized they formed an important lobby group, but this seldom translated into a policy platform at that local level. In the main it veered toward lobbies around the election of particular leaderships. A frustrating and suboptimal stalemate developed. The ANC could not do without the unions when it came to the polls, and the unions had no platform which would allow them to organize to truly reshape government policy beyond the considerable success they had in labor law and industrial relations. Faced with this stalemate, the union leadership decided to become kingmakers within the alliance. Working with allies in the alliance they mounted a silent coup in government. This was to take them onto ground, dangerous ground, well traversed on many occasions elsewhere in the world. By entering the political parties as kingmakers they merely invited the political parties into their structures to repay the compliment. Less obviously, they participated in a process that placed party politics above the national interest embodied in the democratic state form. For reasons that I have discussed, the structures of the unions, the nature of their leadership and far-sighted leadership within the alliance all contributed to keeping unity. This unity is now threatened and the only result of this is to weaken worker organization. The split has all the hallmarks of the underlying issues that informed the populist workerist debate, but the conditions are less conducive to unity. Worker organization and unity are key to nation building as it coalesces around more abiding common interests, basically, class interests. Strong working class organization acts as a discipline on more narrow and self-serving interests. The Scandinavian and social democratic states, while by no means any form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, are most certainly examples of the power of sustained working class organization. The achievements of China, Vietnam, and Cuba are other testimonies to the benefits of sustained class-based organization. The successes of the workerists as organizers of worker power were built on several factors: depth of leadership, structured engagement by that leadership with their immediate communities, structures that articulated local, regional, and national leadership, and processes that grappled with the inherent tensions of representational democracy within large democratic structures. For worker power to be built, it has to be built from the bottom again. It should be worker leaders who deal with the local issues of service delivery, and they should then use their national power to ensure that delivery is provided. In so doing, they will force the ANC to return to its own roots of representing the poorest of the poor. Today's leaders in COSATU are faced with challenges every bit as great as those facing the founders who did not take things quite far enough. It is time for the present to understand the past and to complete the job. Chapter 14. Red, Black and Gold. 1. COSATU, South African Workerism, Syndicalism and the Nation. Shion Byrne, Nicole Ulrich, and Lucien van der Walt. Moving Forest of Africa. When I arrived, the children were all crying. These were the workers, industrial workers. Escape into that forest. The black forest that the employers saw and ran for safety. The workers saw it too. It belongs to us, they said. Let us take refuge in it to be safe from our hunters. Deep into the forest they hid themselves, and when they came out they were free from fear. Lead us, COSATU, to where we are eager to go. Even in Parliament you shall be our representative. Go and represent us because you are our Moses. Through your leadership we shall reach our Canaan. Introduction. After months of talks between unions associated with the Trade Union Advisory Coordinating Council, the Federation of South African Trade Unions was inaugurated on April 13, 1979. COSATU was the first federation of predominantly unregistered trade unions with a truly national reach to operate openly in South Africa since the late 1960s. 2. COSATU membership reached 140,000 in 1985. It was by far the strongest working class organization opposing apartheid in the early 1980s. The largest strike wave since the 1940s took place in 1981, and COSATU played an integral role. COSATU was also associated with the distinct radical politics of South African workerism, and had a mass base among black workers. Workerism was widely identified as the dominant political current within COSATU in the early 1980s. Although workerism was not the only current in the federation, and was not restricted to COSATU, its core positions remain relatively unknown. This is partly because workerism was highly controversial at the time, the subject of fierce, often misleading polemics. Coupled with a lack of dedicated studies of COSATU or its affiliates, this has left workerism's actual positions largely obscured from view. This chapter is intended to provide a recovery of the politics and history of COSATU, as well as a detailed investigation of how workerism engaged and sought to answer the national question in South Africa. This discussion necessarily includes critiques of misleading claims about workerism, notably accusations that it was economistic, ignoring national liberation or issues beyond the workplace. We retain the use of the term workerism, bearing in mind that COSATU did not itself employ it and that it carries a certain historical baggage. However, it serves as well as any other term to describe the main political current within COSATU and thus also the characteristic positions of COSATU. Workerism, it should be stressed, was not the platform of an organized party, it was not monolithic, and it was an evolving project. Nonetheless, it was a pervasive current, with distinct and identifiable views. Workerism is correctly remembered for its emphasis on strong, industrial, autonomous unions, based at the point of production and outside of party tutelage. Its politics, however, was far broader, and far more radical than this might suggest. Workerism viewed bottom-up worker-run unions as the heart of a larger working-class movement for radical change. It nurtured working-class identity, culture, and history, and campaigned for significant economic and political reforms, including within working-class communities, to strengthen workers and unions against both apartheid and capitalism. Stripped of veils of misunderstanding, workerism stands revealed as having an insightful, left-wing, anti-capitalist, and class-based approach to the national question that remains of great interest. Workerism questioned the notion that national oppression can, or indeed should, only be fought by nationalism. It aimed to fight racial domination through a radical working-class politics. To remove racism required abolishing capitalism, something only a movement for workers' power could achieve. Immediate struggles, including for reforms, were steps to a new South Africa that was socialist, that involved a massive redistribution of power and wealth through the extension of workers' control of the workplace, the economy, and the larger society, and that ended racial inequality and oppression. This required a movement separate from the nationalists, including the African National Congress, center of the Congress movement, from the Marxist-Leninists, including the South African Communist Party, and from the multi-class, nationalist popular fronts they promoted. Workerism was a distinctive tradition, shaped by a kaleidoscope of left ideologies and initiatives, international and local, often refracted via the global New Left. It challenged the traditions of the ANC and the SACP, as well as other nationalist and left currents. However, the workerist position lies buried under an unsatisfactory historiography which elevates the authority of the Congress movement, the SACP, and nationalism beyond the workerist populist debate. Much of the received wisdom about the political positions of Fozatu and workerism comes via the polemics generated by the so-called workerist populist debate of the 1980s, which pitted Congress-aligned populists against Fozatu workerists. These polemics shed more heat than light. Terms like workerism, economism, and syndicalism were often used interchangeably, and workerism was described in wildly inconsistent ways. The SACP's journal, The African Communist, described Fozatu as having a revolutionary syndicalist program, involving a union-led project of organizing workers to directly take over the whole of industry and society, and as lacking any theory, strategy, or left tradition. Errors of workerism, in the semi-official journal of the Congress-aligned United Democratic Front, ISIS-We, simultaneously accused workerism of narrow apolitical or economistic unionism, of British Labour Party-type social democratic reformism, of a revolutionary syndicalist project of attack on the apartheid government and bourgeois rule by unions, and of a Trotskyist drive to a socialist, workers' party. Evidently, the populist critique of workerism was somewhat incoherent, and it relied heavily on labeling and calumny. But it had enormous power. 30 years on, economistic and syndicalist remain terms of contempt in the hands of the ANC and SACP. The populist characterization of workerism has meanwhile been absorbed into scholarly accounts, as a recent literature review demonstrates. For example, the semi-official history of the Congress of South African Trade Unions, described workerism in almost exactly the same manner as did ISIS-We. It cited no direct Fozatu or workerist sources to substantiate its characterization. A further difficulty in understanding workerism is a weak labor historiography. Until the 1970s, the key South African labor histories were produced by the left and the unions. From the 1970s, academic interest in South African labor history rose rapidly, giving rise to significant works, including unpublished work such as Johan Marie's PhD thesis. However, the field has declined sharply from the 1990s, and most current labor studies are focused on contemporary issues. There remain enormous gaps. With no written history other than a popular commemorative volume, Fozatu appears in studies mainly as part of the larger story of the rise of independent unions from the 1970s or of COSATU. Most of these works are dated, published before 1994. Compounding the problems is a widespread tendency to conflate the history of black resistance in South Africa with the history of black nationalism, where the left and labor are relegated to bid players, despite often being larger than any of the nationalist formations. In reducing South Africa's contradictions to national and racial ones, resolved through conflicts between white and black nationalists, this approach to the struggle makes the implications of the country being a capitalist society quite secondary. Concomitantly, research on nationalists massively outstrips research on labor and the left. Fozatu, workers' control, and workerism. By the early 1980s, Fozatu was the largest union center based among black Africans, although it included significant numbers of coloreds and Indians, as well as a few whites. FOSETU had 45,000 members at its formation, 120,000 in 1984 and 140,000 in 1985. Much of this growth centered on the Metal and Allied Workers Union, the largest FOSETU affiliate, which became the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa in 1987. By contrast, the ANC-aligned South African Congress of Trade Unions had around 55,000 members at its height in the 1950s. FOSETU's registered contemporaries were initially larger. The Trade Union Congress of South Africa claimed 299,455 members of all races in 1981, and the all-white South African Confederation of Labour claimed 138,864. However, by 1983 FOSETU was closing in on the registered union centres, and large numbers left Tuxa to join it. Thus, from the time of its emergence and for a few years thereafter, FOSETU was the strongest black working-class organization and opposition movement in the country. FOSETU's significance also transcended its size. First, it exemplified a remarkable model of trade union organizing, involving a relatively bottom-up structure based on assemblies, shop stewards committees, and representative bodies all the way up to national leadership. FOSETU focused on industrial unionism, and a tight federation with common campaigns and inter-union solidarity, with inter-union locals bringing together unionists from different affiliates. In this system, the worker member of the unions shall control and determine the objects, direction, and policies of the unions. This system of workers' control differentiated FOSETU from looser formations such as the 1920s Industrial and Commercial Workers' Union and, later, SACU. The ICU was plagued by chronic disorganization. Some SACU affiliates had strong shop steward structures, but most were loosely organized, de facto general unions. FOSETU's workers' control system was intended to ensure its resilience, as well as ensure that ordinary worker members controlled the federation and its affiliates at all levels. This minimized influence from outsiders, and it limited the power of insiders such as paid officials and full-time office bearers. This system was also meant to ensure that any use of courts and official collective bargaining machinery did not lead to state control over the unions. It was equally an attempt to steer clear of control by political parties. Many FOSETU activists believed that the demise of SACU was largely because it was subordinated to the agendas of the ANC. This, they believed, had led SACU into a range of futile campaigns that weakened its unions. By the time that FOSETU was formed in 1979, SACU was no longer functioning in the country. Its entire leadership was in exile, mainly in London. FOSETU reasoned that the end of SACU could not be attributed solely to apartheid repression, as various African unions had remained operational during the repressive 1960s and 1970s. Furthermore, new unions like THIRD were able to grow rapidly in the 1970s by choosing their battles and by investing energy into building strong, democratic workplace structures that could remain operational, despite repression. A further way in which FOSETU's significance went well beyond its rapid growth was that it gave rise to a new, innovative radical alternative political tradition, workerism. Of course it was primarily a trade union formation and organized workers regardless of their political views, and this meant that political tendencies existed alongside each other, including Congress, the Black Consciousness Movement, and various left groupings in favor of a workers' party. Workerism, however, emerged as the dominant political current within FOSETU, so much so that it was almost impossible to separate formal FOSETU positions from workerist ideas. This is not to suggest that FOSETU leaders always agreed, or that workerism itself did not contain different threads or internal tensions, but significant central tenets held it together, making it a distinct political current that had shared positions. National liberation, class, and nationalism. FOSETU workerism was not against the nationalist goal of non-racial, majority rule in an undivided South Africa, but it saw this goal as inadequate because it failed to ensure a new society in which workers controlled not just their own unions but also the production and distribution of wealth and were centrally involved in decision-making on the affairs of South Africa. The workerists' stress on workers' control was not simply about control of the unions, but about an extension of workers' power more broadly. It involved a socialist project, but one that rejected the Marxist-Leninist, pro-Soviet program of the SACP, an anti-apartheid project, but one that opposed apartheid while rejecting the nationalist and militarist traditions of the ANC, and a national liberation project, but one that denied that nationalism was the optimal response to national oppression in South Africa, as claimed by the ANC and SACP, or their rivals, the BCM and the Pan-Africanist Congress. Expanding workers' power across the economy and society required workers' struggles and organizing for changes far beyond those of non-racial majority rule through a parliament. It was a direct challenge to capitalism. Workerists also held that apartheid itself was a product of capitalism and, therefore, that fighting apartheid required fighting capitalism. MAWU and Fozatu leader Moses Makiso argued, "Apartheid is just an appendage, a branch of the whole thing, the tree of oppression of capitalism. Then if you chop the branch, the tree will still grow. You have to chop the stem, straight, once and for all." South Africa's economy is at an advanced stage, where the workers can take over and direct the whole thing. Fozatu thus rejected SACP claims that South Africa's objective conditions required postponing socialism in favor of a stage of national democracy. For workerists, there are not two stages, but stages, continuous, and a suspicion, that once you've had the first stage you'd never have the second stage. Workerism also avoided alliances with nationalists, not just the ANC but its rivals, the BCM and POC, because, it insisted, African nationalist governments routinely turned against trade unions and the working class after independence, not least because they were pro-capitalist. Nationalist movements could certainly defeat oppressive regimes, but always stopped short of complete liberation for the working class majority. This had been the case in neighboring Zimbabwe. Workerists tended to view nationalism, including the Congress, POC Africanist and BCM varieties, as representing petit bourgeois politics and capitalist positions. While the ANC stated it would make significant economic changes in favor of the majority, its National Democratic Revolution, radical reform by an alliance of all classes and Democrats, necessarily stopped short of socialism. Further, there was no reason to suppose that the ANC would be more tolerant of unions than any other independent nationalist, capitalist government. SACP claims that the ANC had socialist-inclined policies did not provide adequate reassurance, since the SACP's vision of socialism, the Soviet model, was itself viewed with skepticism. Workerists rejected vanguard party control in favor of self-organized workers' organizations as the prime agent of change, and viewed socialism fundamentally in terms of industrial and political democracy. For workerists, the issue was not whether workers had political interests, but how these were best to be realized without subordination to non-working class projects. The solution lay in workers' organizations that should not allow themselves be controlled by non-worker political parties, or they would find their interests disregarded and their organization and power gradually cut away. Workerism's class line meant, first, that it shared SACP's stress on the need for the non-racial unity of all workers. However, unlike SACP, and nationalists generally, it did not wish the workers' movement to be part of a larger multi-class popular front. Working class unity was not only one component of a larger project of building a national democratic movement. It was a different project for a different goal, the building of greater working class power for participatory, anti-capitalist transformation, a transformative working class movement. Workerism always clung tightly to the idea of non-racialism and a unified South Africa. In the 1980s, the language of non-racialism formed part of a radical oppositional project. It was used by SACP, the UDF, the Congress movement and the SACP, as well as by Fozatu and, Later, Kosatu, to signal a rejection of apartheid categories and rule, a rejection of the racially exclusive organizations favored by the BCM and POC, and a commitment to a transformed common society. Non-racialism meant that anyone committed to the struggle could participate, regardless of race. This did not mean ignoring the history of racial domination, nor the ways this could manifest in interpersonal relations. It meant, instead, waging a common struggle, centered on the black majority, for radical change. But for workerism, non-racialism served several additional purposes. It was key to the project of working class mobilization, provided a concrete practice of overcoming racial divisions, and was integral to the vision of a radically changed country. Racial and ethnic categories were seen as less important than class position as a basis for mobilization. Workers everywhere existed within a shared struggle, and required a common, class-based, anti-racist, oppositional popular politics, reinforced through careful education. In 1983, for example, Fozatu called for opposition to the proposed tricameral parliament, viewing it as false and meaningless and racially divisive. General Secretary Joe Foster explained that the Federation was fighting for economic and political justice for all irrespective of race and would have nothing to do with racially divided puppet parliaments. The decision by the Labour Party to participate was denounced as playing a dangerous game of racial politics. Employers and the state have built up racial division for their own benefit, so only a united non-racial trade union movement can break it down. What mattered was working class solidarity. We do not care if you are black or white, if you are with management you can never lead the workers in their struggle. This approach differentiated workerism from the exclusivist Africanist movement, embodied in the POC, as well as from the BCM. Africanism routinely argued that black Africans, as the indigenous peoples, should dominate Asian and European aliens. All whites were cast as a ruling class of foreigners and exploiters, with different spiritual and material interests to black Africans, cast as the only real workers. In the 1980s, this translated into the POC program of race war. For every African being killed by the racist security forces, a white person must be killed. One racist, one bullet. The looser BCM had some overlaps with Africanism, but rarely reached its levels of overt chauvinism. It argued instead for an alliance of all racially oppressed people, not just black Africans but also coloreds and Indians, and a struggle against the oppressing white world. Workerism's non-racialism also differed from that of the ANC, which advocated nationalism based on equal, individual rights regardless of origin, and an inclusive South Africanism, albeit qualified by a strong tendency to a somewhat different project of African hegemony. Through the non-racial, national democratic struggle, both during and after apartheid, the ANC insisted a new nation would be formed, at once unified and diverse. For the ANC, the mobilizing category was the nation, explicitly as a territorial, multi-class formation. Workerism, by contrast, emphasized class divisions among both black Africans and whites, rejecting elites in both camps. The mobilizing category was the South African working class, explicitly seen as part of a global working class, with distinct interests. Embracing non-racial politics did not amount to accepting a white veto or the perpetuation of white rule, both of which, Africanists insisted, were the necessary price of non-racial organizing. 3. Rather, workerism stressed common class interests in a fight against apartheid and capitalism. Its non-racialism was a radical project of working class solidarity. Class, here, was seen as a universal formation, albeit one imagined as segmented into national boundaries, so that a South African working class existed as part of a global one. Working class nation. The workerist framing of issues throughout was thus universalist, in the sense of stressing common class interests and rejecting essentialist notions of fundamentally different racial or national interests, outlooks, epistemologies, spiritual characteristics, or destinies. At its founding Congress, it was unanimously agreed that in being non-racial Fozatu was actually trying to eliminate racial conceptions. Yet, Workerism was focused on local circumstances, and a unitary South Africa was always a key reference. The notion that the homelands were, or could be, independent countries was consistently rejected by Fawzatu workerists, as was the notion that whites or Indians were enemy aliens. Intellectually, this also meant that the framing of Fawzatu's understanding of labor history was national in character, in the sense that local labor history was seen in terms of the making of a multiracial South African working class. Fawzatu made this viewpoint clear in a series of articles in Fawzatu Worker News from 1983 to 1985 entitled The Making of the Working Class, which started with the founding of the Cape Colony by the Dutch East India Company in 1652. The key events in this story were not the congresses and resolutions of political parties, nor the lives and deaths of their leaders. Rather, it started with the origins of the working class through immigration and colonization, and moved through a series of class rebellions, such as the 1799 Servant Rebellion, to strikes by white and colored workers in the 1850s, to the rise of white labor from the 1880s, Indian workers' strikes in the 1910s, the ICU in the 1920s, non-racial communist and industrial unions in the 1920s to 1940s, the Council of Non-European Trade Unions in the 1940s, SACU in the 1950s, to the new unionism of the 1970s and 1980s. This history did not shy away from outlining the role of African kings and ruling classes in the sale of slaves and servants, in collaborating with colonialism, and in supplying migrant workers to capitalists. Nor did it fail to emphasize episodes of cross-racial workers' solidarity. By stressing both national oppression and class differences, it provided a powerful counter-narrative to Black and Afrikaner nationalist visions of South African history as a perpetual race struggle, and inspiration for workerists' vision of a working-class movement able to change the country. This stress on class-based mobilization as both historical reality and contemporary strategy translated into workerists being deeply skeptical of movements and structures in which workers and the working class did not play the leading role. Thus, Fawzatu's involvement in larger campaigns was always coupled to doing so in such a way that the working class movement is strengthened and democracy is not merely spoken, but also acted upon. Insofar as workerism envisaged the transformed future in terms of a new and unified South Africa, it could be read as calling, at the least, for a working class-centered nation or, at most, for a working class nation. This would be centered, not on indigeneity, race, or ethnicity, nor even on a new South African identity that downplayed class, but on the interests of the working class majority and the extension of workers' control. Fawzatu workerism was therefore a remarkable current. Workerist thinking combined anti-nationalist, anti-apartheid, and anti-capitalist imperatives to make a distinct approach to the national liberation struggle. This would center on a united, non-racial working class exercising workers' control, as opposed to a multi-class nationalist popular front, led by non-working class elements, and often undemocratic. This project included a fight against capitalism and for industrial democracy. Workerists wanted a just and fair society controlled by workers, where wealth was democratically produced and equally distributed. Liberation meant having a voice in the wealth that you are creating and benefiting from, where no group of people are going to sit in an office and issue instructions to workers. Beyond the workplace, workerism sought to build a strong workers' movement by ensuring that Black and other workers were well organized at the point of production. However, this did not mean that workerism was economistic or sectional, as its opponents claimed. Fawzatu's official political positions included demands for universal suffrage, the abolition of the homeland system and the end of apartheid security legislation. Nor did workerism reject struggles beyond the workplace. Fawzatu stated that it would support any democratic organization involved in struggles in the community and participate in campaigns directed at the establishment of a more just society. Fawzatu did not join the UDF, which it viewed as unduly controlled by the middle class, often undemocratic, and too closely linked to Congress. However, the Federation supported township-based bus, consumer, and school boycotts, opposed the detention of activists and trade unionists by the apartheid government, campaigned against the 1983 white referendum, the 1984 tricameral parliament and the black local authorities, participated in political strikes and work stoppages, championed gender equality at the workplace, fought influx control and provided radical union-based education. If a national liberation struggle is a struggle to end national oppression, then fossé to workerism was certainly part of the South African national liberation struggle of the time. Workerism was also concerned with issues related to state power and reform, in a way that contrasted sharply with Congress positions. ANC and SACU populists posited that reforms were impossible under apartheid, claiming the system would only tolerate yellow unions. They insisted that armed struggle was essential. Workerists, however, argued that it was possible to build strong, independent trade unions under apartheid, and to use them to win meaningful reforms. Their position also contrasted with a common claim on the independent left, for example, by the independent Marxist workers' tendency, that apartheid was so essential to the reproduction of capitalism that apartheid could not end without the destruction of capitalism itself. The workerists rejected this claim. While recognizing that capitalism benefited from and promoted apartheid, they evidently assumed that major changes could be made, short of socialist revolution, up to and including the installation of a post-apartheid black nationalist state. Some workerists embraced the view, drawn from a reading of Gramsci, that the state was not a monolithic entity and purely functional instrument of capital, but a force which workers can affect by their struggles. This led logically to a politics of engagement, which showed there was a social democratic strand in workerism. Other workerists were more skeptical about the state but also tended to be pragmatic, and believed in using the courts and the statutory industrial relations system to win reforms. When the apartheid state dirigialist labor laws, expanding full union rights and participation in industrial councils to black African workers, the Congress movement called for a boycott. By contrast, workerists generally supported union registration in the reformed statutory industrial relations system as a means of opening up further space for union growth and influence. It was held that as long as workers' control remained central in the trade union movement, co-option into the official machinery could be avoided. Even the social democratic strand in workerism remained deeply committed to notions of workers' participation and self-management, differentiating itself from traditional Western European social democracy, which stressed labor parties and corporatism. The building of organs of worker power was paramount. It was possible to have capitalism without apartheid, but it was not desirable, since the working class would remain oppressed and exploited. The unions should foster a larger working class movement including cooperatives, parties, and newspapers linked to the working class to help put workers in control of their own destiny. In townships, workers formed the majority, faced problems the middle class did not, and should bring to bear power and strategies otherwise lacking. While workerism was labeled syndicalism by the populists, the reality was more complex. Workerism shared with South Africa's earlier revolutionary syndicalists a stress on building an autonomous, democratic, radical workers' movement aiming at workers' control of the economy and society, and the notion of a class-based struggle against both capitalism and racism. This was clearly different to the two-stage, party-led, statist strategy of the SACP, an independent capitalist republic with substantial reforms as a stage towards a Marxist-Leninist state. In this sense, there was a strand of fossé to workerism that can certainly be called quasi-syndicalist. There were, however, no direct links between the earlier syndicalist movement and fossé to workerism. It was mainly through the New Left that fossé to imbibed, often indirectly, ideas from anarchists and syndicalists. A notable conduit was the early Gramsci, with his early stuff, the factory councils especially important. But more gradualist and reformist ideas, like social democracy and Poltens's Eurocommunism were also influences on workerism. It was not monolithic, and not a variant of revolutionary or anarcho-syndicalism. Workerism as mass movement. Many of the critiques of Fawzatu workerism rest heavily on arguments that present nationalism as the natural politics of black people. These positions can be found not just in populist polemics against Fawzatu, but in scholarly works which marginalize the left in the history of South African protest and resistance. Congress populist polemics, for example, set up a number of conflations that effectively presented all rivals as inauthentic. The ANC was presented as synonymous with the National Liberation Movement, the SACP was presented as synonymous with the working class, and SACU was presented as synonymous with the union movement. Thus, the bearer of the national struggle was presented as the ANC, which carries the present political aspirations of the majority of the black working class as well as other classes of oppressed South Africans. As for the working class, since unions alone cannot pass beyond the limits of economic struggle, it needed the distilled theory we call Marxism-Leninism, and thus, direction by the SACP. In line with its two-stage theory, the direction that the SACP promoted was support for ANC nationalism, as bearer of the first stage. Since the ANC was nationalist, in the classical sense of advocating a cross-class national movement for a national state, this sort of reasoning also meant presenting nationalism as the essential form of national liberation. And since nationalists and communists both viewed unions essentially as adjuncts to political parties, this also meant that unions, including SACU, were viewed as political only to the extent that they took directions from the political parties. To set up any new movements must thus only have a disruptive and divisive effect. The corollary of this type of reasoning was that alternative left traditions, among them workerism, were totally foreign to the reality of South African conditions. Since workerism rejected the ANC and SACP, populists reasoned, it obviously ignored national liberation. But how, if nationalism and Marxism-Leninism were the natural politics of black workers, could a large, mostly black formation like Fawzatu come to reject both? For ANC and SACP ideologues, the explanation lay in Fawzatu having the wrong leadership. Fawzatu-type unions, claimed SACU, were unions of black members run by one or two white organizers. Workerism was then presented as the politics of the small clique of whites, mainly university-educated, who were active in THWAC and Fawzatu as educators, organizers, and functionaries. Such forces amongst the intelligentsia supposedly imposed academic Marxism, very European in character, from their armchairs, blocking the nationalist instincts of black members. Echoes of these arguments also appear in academic scholarship. One position argues that Fawzatu forays into mass politics were a revolt against workerism by black workers. Another presents the workerist stress on class struggle as a self-serving attempt by middle-class whites to avoid the threat of race and maintain power. A third describes the decline of workerism in terms of the labor constituency, finding its own voice for the first time with the rise of nationalist black leaders in the mid-1980s. But such claims face several immediate problems. There is a major difficulty with presenting SACU as a more authentic union than Fawzatu, given that it stopped being a functioning federation in the 1960s. Individual SACU activists played an important role in the 1970s independent unions, including THWAC and MAWU, but not as a coherent bloc. They were manifestly a minority, unable to win THWAC or Fawzatu. The notion that black unionists supported nationalism whereas white unionists supported a non-racial class or workerist position is incorrect. White activists in Fawzatu were a tiny minority, black African and colored members and worker leaders dominated numerically at all levels. Workerism successfully generated large numbers of black worker leaders and worker intellectuals. Given Fawzatu's bottom-up structures, there was no bureaucratic apparatus that could be manipulated to impose the will or views of any tiny layer. The views of the black African and colored majority in Fawzatu were, by available evidence, indistinguishable from those of the whites. For example, Makiso bluntly rejected the ANC's Freedom Charter as a capitalist document, the notion of two stages towards liberation as a waste of time and our struggle as part of the struggle of all workers internationally. The claim that workerism was white silences tens of thousands of workerist black, African and colored voices. And the fallacy of reducing politics to race is borne out by the simple fact that many of the ANC, SACP, SACSU, and populist ideologues who attacked workerism were themselves white. 4. There is also no reason to suppose that workerism would be any more alien to black workers than nationalism. Every major black nationalist movement in South Africa was founded by university-trained intellectuals, including the ANC, BCM, and POC, and Cyril Ramaphosa and Jane Naidoo, who led the nationalist charge against workerism in COSATU, were a lawyer and an ex-medical student, respectively. In short, a neat mapping of workerism onto whites and of nationalism onto blacks, or of middle class onto whites and working class onto blacks, does not correctly represent the divisions. Nor, given that workerism did engage in the national liberation struggle, does a reduction of national liberation to nationalism ring true, since workerism exemplified an anti-nationalist mode of national liberation politics. To claim that class politics was adopted as a means to avoid uncomfortable racial realities not only amounts to a fairly instrumentalist view of ideas, but one that manifestly fails to explain why class politics, in various forms, was embraced by hundreds of thousands of black, colored and Indian working class people, not only in COSATU, but in SACSU, the SACP, and COSATU as well. None of this is to say that South Africa did not have intense racial problems or that these did not pose real challenges in non-racial movements. The point is that a widespread socialist consciousness existed both in COSATU and in parts of the UDF, which stressed class struggle centered on black workers as a means to a radical form of national liberation. The appeal of class, socialism, and workerism reflected, at least partly, the fact that the black working class confronted not just racial oppression but class rule as well. Conclusion, Eclipse. Bottom-up COSATU unions were built to play a leading role in fighting both class exploitation and national oppression. A union-centered working class movement was seen as the key site for the creation, from below, of a new nation, a nation reconstituted by the working class, where workers' control, in the broadest sense, was to be implemented. The workerism of COSATU engaged with political issues, while rejecting nationalist or communist tutelage. It opposed capitalism while rejecting Marxism-Leninism. It engaged in community politics while steering clear of multi-class popular fronts. And it used the courts and law while remaining committed to workers' democracy and autonomy from the state and capital. Most notably for this chapter, COSATU workerism undertook anti-apartheid work, supporting national liberation, while rejecting nationalism in favor of a larger and more radical working class politics. Workerism's vision of the future was a radical one, in which the worker would have a direct say in the production and distribution of wealth, where the involvement of workers in all levels of decision-making in the production process would be the safeguard for the needs and aspirations of the working people. This democratic and socialist system would not only overcome class division, apartheid oppression and race itself as a basis of inequality would be removed. This future was to be built in the present, by careful, methodical, and democratic organization, by winning gains through struggle, and through consistent investments in worker education as a means of building an alternative worldview and developing the skills for workers' control. Beyond these common points, and stress on prefiguration, there were a number of unresolved tensions and ambiguities in COSATU workerism, including at the levels of longer-term strategy and social analysis that undermined its project. One of the major issues that was not addressed was whether greater workers' control of the economy meant a left social democratic system of co-determination and corporatism, or complete worker self-management. Related to this was a larger question about how the working class movement would relate to a new African nationalist-led government. Further, it was not entirely clear how exactly the working class movement would carry out its socialist transition, and in doing so relate to forces like the ANC, the SACP, and the BCM. Tensions between more social democratic and quasi-syndicalist strands of workerism were never resolved, and the workerist/populist clash ended in populist victory. Workerism, as a project, declined rapidly in the later 1980s. Only fragments of its project remain in the unions. A full account of the dramatic eclipse of workerism by populism within COSATU by the start of the 1990s falls outside the scope of this chapter. However, since nationalism is only one current in national liberation struggles, and since workerism manifestly overshadowed nationalism for a large sector of the black population, the victory of nationalism cannot be viewed as inevitable or natural. Concrete political battles, and the weaknesses, ambiguities, tensions, and contradictions of workerism itself, contributed to its eclipse. Obviously, nationalist currents did exist within COSATU, but it was only in the late 1980s that Congress nationalism conquered COSATU. The influence of nationalism, or of parties like the ANC and SACP, must be explained, not assumed. There is much to learn from workerism, which underlines the point that the hold of nationalism can be challenged, that a left project can have a great impact, and that the victory of the ANC and the SACP in the 1980s was not inevitable nor, indeed, need it be permanent. COSATU workerism's insight is that the complete emancipation of the working class in South Africa, both in national and in class terms, requires self-activity, class-based and bottom-up mass movements, organized labor, and a project of industrial democracy. This insight remains as relevant as ever. Workerism's ideas remain a jarring presence in South African resistance history, a radical challenge to the orthodoxies and hegemony of nationalism and Marxism-Leninism. Chapter 15. National Democratic Revolution meets Constitutional Democracy. Daryl Glazer. This chapter investigates the theory of national democratic revolution and its implications for the construction of a post-1994 South African social order on a terrain of constitutional democracy. More specifically, it analyzes the nexus between two fields of discourse and practice, NDR and South Africa's 1996 constitution, tracing their genealogies to Marxism-Leninism and a left-inflected or social democratic liberalism respectively. How have followers and practitioners of each of these discourses comprehended the other? To what extent can these fields of discourse and practice coexist, and on what terms? To what extent are they contradictory in a Hegelian Marxist sense, with the contradiction between them liable for future resolution on some or other basis? The source of the tension between them is clear. NDR theory comprehends entire social formations, including economic substructures. It is class-focused and historical teleological, it deals in the currency of struggle and power under the sign of a socialist telos. The ascendant discourse of government and power, namely constitutional democracy, is a formal and superstructural theory, one concerned with fair procedures, political pluralism, institutionalist contestation, and limits to power. To be sure, constitutional democracy in South Africa is left-inflected in two ways that offer possible terms of reconciliation with NDR. It provides for certain elements of substantive social justice and for participatory democracy. Even so, the nexus between NDR and democratic constitutionalism remains conceptually fraught. There is the further question of how it is actually construed by South Africa's principal political actors. My interest, politically and normatively, is in drawing on the best of liberalism and the best of socialism. Unlike Marxist-Leninists, I consider it problematic to view these social orders or ideologies in sequential terms, whereby a socialist stage supersedes a liberal democratic one. An animating issue for me, therefore, is whether NDR theory conceptually allows its practitioners to pursue socially transformative goals on the terrain of constitutional liberal and social democracy, or whether it ultimately mandates its supersession. I consider the former possibility hopeful, the latter unsettling. In the end, I argue, there are indeterminacies in the NDR constitutional democracy relationship that cannot be definitively resolved. This is in part because the two theories speak past each other, having never expected to meet on ground where their respective ideologues would need to find a common language. I suggest two distinct ways of construing NDR, each of which has a different implication for constitutional democracy. One is essentially hostile to constitutional democracy. Its main features are economic and class reductionism, particularly in the analysis of the state, law, and political forms, a quasi-deterministic theory of history, a teleological approach to politics, and a moral theory that, where not absent altogether, takes the form of what Luke's termed long-range consequentialism. This authoritarian NDR conceives the people as collective, ideal, perfectible, and purposive, yet also internally contradictory and transitional. Its demos can be understood as ethnic, civic, or both. A second construal of NDR is more readily reconciled with constitutional democracy. It considers NDR to be an account of societal change offered by particular, fallible political actors. It generates a practical program that acquires authoritative force only by revocable popular mandate. Furthermore, it acknowledges the legitimacy of procedural and essentially liberal democratic rules of permissible political action. In other words, it is a substantive program to be pursued within pre-established though not inflexible rules of the game, with the proviso that all democratic constitutional orders require substantive design choices that NDR theory can legitimately inform, and arguably already does in South Africa's constitution. In this democratic NDR discourse, the people is conceived as a plural body of citizens, as primarily civic territorial rather than ethno-racial, as empirical rather than ideal, as irreducibly diverse, and as entitled recursively to decide between a range of futures for itself. The theory of national democratic revolution. Addressing the NDR constitutionalism nexus requires that we first clarify the theories of NDR and constitutional democracy on their own terms. 1. NDR theory originates in Marxism-Leninism, but represents a Marxism inflected by 20th-century events. Among these, the victory of the Bolshevik Revolution, under Vladimir Lenin's leadership, is preeminent. NDR theory has often been appropriated by anti-colonial nationalists in whose hands it has sometimes become unmoored from its Marxist origins, a theory of, say, developmental nationalism. This appropriation is not accidental, given that NDR allies a Marxist class project to a nationalist, anti-colonial one. Even so, it is difficult to make sense of NDR except from a Marxist theoretical angle. The Marxist-Leninist approach to the national question is the product of a tension between a quasi-deterministic theory of history and unanticipated strategic opportunities. Specifically, the tension is between a theory urging that objective conditions are unripe for revolution and opportunities to seize revolutionary power in the here and now. The effort to resolve the tension has been intellectually and politically productive. In a lineage that includes Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin and Mao, practitioners of Marxism-Leninism identified and seized strategic revolutionary opportunities, justified doing so in recognizably Marxist terms, and turned their success into a revised historical theory that could frame subsequent revolutions led by Marxist parties and organizations. The tensions arose because of four interconnected features of the societies in which Marxists had the opportunity to seize political power, features that ostensibly disqualified the societies as revolutionary candidates according to orthodox Marxist theory. Productive forces were insufficiently developed to sustain socialism, let alone communism. Capitalism had not been established and/or had not yet fulfilled its historical mission to create a modern economy. The class supposedly required to build socialism, the proletariat, was too small and/or insufficiently self-aware to provide revolutionary leadership. In many cases societies identified their principal sources of oppression not in internal class contradictions but in external colonial or neocolonial domination. Marxist-Leninist theory attempted to resolve these tensions in some combination of the following ways. In some cases, Marxists tried to prove that capitalism was further developed than commonly supposed, and therefore that proletarian revolution was possible. In other instances, they argued that the capitalist class was incapable of carrying out its historical mission of capitalist development, and that the working class would have to take over this leadership. In either case, the working class rather than the capitalists would have to lead societies through a process of development. This might include reproducing the primitive accumulation that capitalism was supposed to undertake. Given that the working class in these societies was too underdeveloped to provide leadership unassisted, Leninists insisted that it would have to be led by an advance guard of revolutionary professionals and class-conscious proletarians. Part of the vanguard's mission would be to bring the proletariat to a numerical and subjective point where it could perform the mission that capitalism was supposed to have readied it to do. Moreover, the proletariat would have to rule in, and over, an alliance of classes that shared its interest in carrying out the historical tasks that had to be completed before the construction of socialism could commence. According to the Marxist-Leninists, the colonial domination of much of the world by European capitalist powers created an opportunity to attack advanced capitalism at its weakest link through support of anti-colonial struggles. They hoped that the seizure of power by leftists in less developed former colonial countries would precipitate a world revolution capable of bringing advanced capitalist economies into the revolutionary fold, thus drawing the new and classical Marxist theories back into alignment. From the 1960s, Soviet theorists began to think of these new states as states of socialist orientation capable of reaching socialism by a non-capitalist path. In the meantime, they would strengthen the Soviet-led anti-imperialist camp. These 20th-century Marxist-Leninist responses crystallized in response to several experiences. The Russian Revolution inherited the Russian Empire, and in seeking the support of non-Russian nationalities, Stalin and Lenin offered to recognize national self-determination for non-Russians within the former empire. Moreover, the Soviet Union had to demonstrate that it had liberated Russia's own colonial underlings in order to sustain its credibility abroad as an anti-colonial champion. In practice, the USSR granted self-determination to its own nationalities in limited, uneven, or contradictory ways. Nevertheless, the theory of national self-determination worked out in this context contributed to Marxism-Leninism's openness to anti-colonial nationalist struggles. A further unanticipated circumstance informed the new theory, the rise of fascism in interwar Europe. Marxism-Leninism treated fascism as a case of capitalism in crisis, shorn of its bourgeois democratic veneer to reveal its underlying terroristic character in the face of a rising proletariat. Despite signaling a decaying finance capitalism, fascism also represented a dire threat to existing proletarian gains and a form of regression from bourgeois democracy. Like colonialism, it required a cross-class marshalling of forces against an immediate enemy, this time in the name of democracy. Anti-fascism merged with anti-colonial struggle in the course of the Second World War, during which the Soviet Union backed anti-fascist forces against Nazi occupation in Europe and Japanese occupation in Asia. During the subsequent Cold War, the Soviet Union backed efforts in the global South to throw off European rule and establish states of socialist orientation. The Soviet Union also took advantage of the war's aftermath to establish satellite people's democracies in East Central European countries. At the same time, the Soviet leadership's fear of a nuclear showdown with the West persuaded it to encourage moderate behavior among Western European communists. French and Italian communist parties sought not socialist revolution but to unite multiple class forces against state monopoly capitalism and American imperialism, and in favor of popular democracy and national independence. All of these circumstances and responses favored cross-class alliances against immediate enemies rather than socialist revolution. The upshot of these experiences was the delineation of immediate revolutionary or radical reformist tasks that had a threefold character. They were national, popular, and democratic. A fourth task was implicit, development. According to one Marxist-Leninist account, the construction of socialism would have to be postponed until these prior tasks had been carried out. Alternatively, building socialism could commence at once owing to historical circumstances that rendered the capitalist stage redundant, including the presence in certain societies of elements of primitive communism that could be built upon and the availability of assistance from an advanced socialist power. All this raised the question of whether these immediate tasks constituted a stage. Many Marxist-Leninists rejected mechanical stagism in favor of something more dynamic. Proletarian radicalism and/or the impossibility of realizing the key demands of the proletariat and its allies under capitalism placed socialism on the agenda, they believed. After Trotsky, there was an implication that the national or popular democratic moment would segue into the construction of socialism. Even so, critics on the Marxist left insisted that Moscow Line communists were stuck in a stagist logic that blocked the transition to socialism. These arguments are familiar to South Africans. The theory of constitutional democracy. South Africa's constitutional democracy belongs to a Western liberal tradition that gained traction in the 17th and 18th centuries, and that was modified by 20th century developments in social citizenship and human rights. Liberal constitutionalism originated as an intellectual and political movement to check royal despotism in Europe and North America by subjecting it to the rule of law, separation of powers and parliamentary oversight. Developing alongside market relations and in the aftermath of religious wars, it sought to relegate economic and religious life to an insulated private sphere while constituting the state as an impartial force regulating diverse private transactions from a distance. It aimed to protect a range of individual rights against arbitrary power, mainly as a series of negative liberty protections. These included protections against suppression of free expression and association, against taxation without representation, against confiscation of property, and against attacks on the physical person in the form of unwarranted search, arbitrary arrest, cruel and unusual punishment and the partial ministration of criminal justice. Liberalism evolved in a variable relationship with two earlier traditions. One was republicanism. Originating in ancient Athens and revived in medieval Italy and later the American and French revolutions, republicanism emphasized the collective, deliberative exercise of power by citizens, as a matter of civic duty and for the greater good of the state. Its relationship with the privacy-valorizing, power-confining liberalism was complicated, as was its relationship with later forms of competitive party politics. A second tradition was democracy, which also originated in ancient Greece, and which many liberals initially viewed with suspicion as a harbinger of majoritarian tyranny, potentially enabling a popular sovereign to exercise power as arbitrary as that earlier exercised by absolute monarchs. Liberalism made peace with democracy via a modern coupling known as liberal democracy. This was largely on the basis of an institution that had developed in medieval Europe to protect the aristocracy against royal exaction, namely Parliament. Liberalism established itself at a time when nation-states were consolidating, and defended representative democracy as the democratic form best suited to modern states with their large populations and intricate divisions of labor. Parliamentarism also suited the liberal desire to filter majoritarian passion and a republican interest in collective deliberation. Constitutionalism's history overlapped that of liberal democracy, but was not entirely coincident with it. Its specific concern was the rule of a higher impersonal law that could constrain sovereign power, minimize arbitrary power, and bind everyone from the chief executive to the lowliest citizen in an impartial fashion. Constitutionalism has been closely associated with parliamentary self-government in the Anglo-American natural law tradition. However, the continental idea of a Rechtsstaat, a state which ruled on the basis of law, could, at least in its pre-Second World War versions, be adopted by authoritarian as well as democratic states. Despite classical Marxism's dismissal of law as a reflection of commodification and class division, 20th-century Marxist-Leninist regimes themselves opted for socialist legality and a form of constitutionalism. Radical Democrats remain suspicious of constitutionalism's institutionalizing thrust, but the precepts of constitutional order have found wide ideological acceptance. At the same time, its acceptance by liberals is not universal. Britain's system of parliamentary sovereignty is constrained by conventions and statutes rather than by a written constitution. Like Marxism, liberalism and constitutionalism encountered 20th-century realities that challenged their plausibility. Actually, prior to the late 19th century, we should talk of the limits of liberal practice rather than of realities that contradicted it. For a long time, liberalism served as a doctrine announcing the rights of materially better off white males in metropolitan centers. Its universalism was thus contradicted by its limited reach. Much of the subsequent history of liberalism, but also of constitutionalism and democracy, has been about the conflict-laden expansion of its range of rights-bearing subjects via suffrage reform and decolonization. These processes involved the universalization of liberal principles, not a recasting of them. 2. What did challenge the plausibility of liberalism could not have been fully anticipated in the 17th and 18th centuries. It was the concentration of unaccountable power within the private economic sector and its democracy distorting spillover into the political realm. Corporations came to look like the large impersonal organizations against whose power liberalism sought protection for individuals. Equally, and thanks to feminism, it became clear that the private non-economic abode hid its own power hierarchies. Treatment of families as singular moral personalities publicly represented by male household heads contradicted the liberal insistence on equality of rights between persons. Yet, liberalism lacked the conceptual language for justifying rights equalizing state intervention in the realm of the intimate. Liberalism and constitutionalism responded to these challenges in various ways. Right libertarians attacked private monopolies and crony capitalism in the name of a purified free market. In practice, however, they proved far more suspicious of state intervention than of private power, and remain so in their more recent neoliberal incarnation. Their response to the discovery of patriarchy did not go further than the advocacy of a formal equality between sexes and the criminalization of private male violence against women. Certainly it did not extend to, say, market-distorting affirmative action. The development of a left or social liberalism is more interesting. Many reforming middle-class liberals began to argue that the realization of liberal values such as freedom and equal rights required state intervention to ensure a more even distribution of resources in society. Whereas small-scale property remained sacrosanct, corporate power became a legitimate target of liberal attack. Liberals played a significant role in the extension of the welfare state in Britain and North America. Communitarian-minded liberals such as Th. Green insisted that individuals flourished in contexts of social cooperation. In the 1970s, John Rawls initiated the philosophical movement of liberal egalitarianism. His own most famous precept is that deviations from absolute equality in the provision of primary goods can only be justified where these benefit the least advantaged in society. Perhaps of most immediate relevance here is the later 20th century adoption by left liberals and constitutionalists of socio-economic rights. The embrace of second-generation rights formed one moment within the development of a widened notion of human rights. If human rights formed the basis of a searing critique of Marxist-Leninist regimes, the more specific idea of socio-economic rights ironically, or perhaps logically, was given its first institutional boost by Stalin's 1936 constitution, and found its way into international human rights discourse partly through the Soviet challenge to Western liberal human rights during the Cold War. A number of newly democratizing countries have since constitutionalized socio-economic rights. If core liberal rights bound majorities with negative prohibitions, the new rights bound majorities and their representatives with positive obligations of social provision. Many liberals remain doubtful of the justiciability of socio-economic rights. Many radicals insist that constitutionalism cannot be a substitute for redistributive politics. But the expansion of rights has provided a rubric under which left-leaning forces have been able to reconcile themselves with liberal constitutionalism, as they have done, for the most part, in South Africa. NDR and liberal constitutionalism in South Africa. White rule in South Africa was weakly constitutional. It amounted to a system of parliamentary sovereignty, entrenched in the British Parliament from 1909 and South Africa's Parliament from 1961. Notoriously, South Africa's basic constitutional form was negotiated exclusively between the UK and the white settler minority, to the exclusion of blacks. Black exclusion set up the national question. The question was actually twofold: what was required to liberate black people from political, economic, and cultural domination, and what new form of South African nationhood might replace the scheme of segregated, ethnically defined nationhood imposed by apartheid after 1948. All significant black groups concerned themselves with the national question. Although explicit references to a national democratic revolution only began to appear in ANC documents in 1962, following the appearance of this notion in post-war Soviet theory, the concept built loosely on the Native Republic thesis of the Communist Party of South Africa, adopted in 1928. Variants of NDR theory were adopted by other Marxist-Leninist and nationalist formations in the country. From the Marxist-Leninist standpoint, the national question in South Africa was not simply about how to end minority rule but also about how to introduce socialism in a country where the race question predominated. The answer chosen by most Marxist groups was to enter into an alliance with one or other strand of African or black nationalism, the ANC in the case of the CPSA, the Non-European Unity Movement and the Azanian People's Organization in the case of the Trotskyists, and to prioritize national and democratic over socialist tasks. While opposition forces adopted various aspirational charters and programs, the question of whether the future state would be constitutional was not on their horizon. Equally, the specific programmatic content of both the national and the democratic in the NDR was left vague. White rule in South Africa after 1910 presented 20th-century Marxists with a challenge and opportunity distinct from that posed by either colonialism or fascism, namely a domesticated white settler colonialism operating in a developing capitalist economy. South Africa arose out of European settler colonialism, but so did the United States and the British dominions. In this respect, it seemed no more obviously colonial than post-independence Canada, Australia, or the United States. In addition, South Africa established a significant national bourgeoisie, including a manufacturing sector with a substantial industrial proletariat. Its white political system contained many features of capitalist parliamentary democracy. These considerations suggested that the prospects for a class struggle directed towards socialism, in a manner predicted by orthodox Marxist theory, might be more favorable in South Africa than in many other developing countries. Could it be that there was in fact no national question in South Africa, but only a class one? In the main, the South African Communist Party, the descendant of the CPSA, chose to reduce white rule in South Africa to the phenomena of fascism and colonialism. And indeed the country retained obviously colonial features, including rule by whites over an indigenous majority, racial discrimination in favor of whites, and white indirect rule over Africans in rural reserves. The fascism theme also resonated, given that in the 1930s and early 1940s Afrikaner nationalists had flirted with Nazi race theory, extra-parliamentary militias, and models of corporatist rule. In power, the National Party became increasingly repressive, banning opposition organizations and newspapers, detaining and banishing dissidents without trial, censoring the press and literature, and introducing Christian national education and militia training in white schools. The colonialism and fascism analogies were adopted by other leftist strands, including Trotskyists, sometimes with even greater conviction. The Communists formed a close alliance in the 1950s with an increasingly radicalized ANC. In line with the thinking enunciated above, the CPSA/SACP and the ANC both adopted roughly the following understanding of the national question after the Second World War. As indicated, white-ruled South Africa was colonial and fascist, meriting a cross-class, cross-racial, and cross-ethnic popular alliance to deal with these immediate enemies and to create a national democratic state. On the political plane, NDR required an alliance between Marxist and black nationalist organizations, and a program that proclaimed the emancipation of Africans in particular and black people in general. The NDR, once it achieved power, would create a non-racial, inclusive state. It would also address urgent political and economic tasks, such as eliminating monopolies and resolving the land question in favor of dispossessed blacks. The national democratic state would either precede the struggle for socialism or trigger socialist revolution. The ANC would lead the NDR. Whether the SACP would take over leadership in a subsequent period of socialist construction was a matter that could be deferred. Although the pre-war ANC had a Christian liberal and constitutionalist orientation, there was little either liberal or constitutionalist about post-war ANC-SACP thinking. The ANC-SACP alliance did not talk much about the character of a future state, but the two organizations, and in particular the SACP, enjoyed strong ties to the Soviet bloc. The Freedom Charter was capable of being construed as a social democratic document, but the dominant rhetoric of the SACP, and much of the ANC, was Leninist and anti-liberal during the exile period. The ANC-SACP alliance romanticized guerrilla opposition and subsequently People's War, strategies lending themselves to militarism, hierarchy, and secrecy. To the extent that there was any image of what the political system of the NDR period might be, it was of radical nationalist or Afro-Marxist one-party states such as those established by Allied liberation movements in post-independence Africa. The ANC's internal ally during the 1980s, the United Democratic Front, practiced a more pluralistic, grassroots politics, but its own rhetoric remained in the Marxist-Leninist anti-liberal mold. To the extent that the internal movement supplied any model of a future state, it was the one prefigured by People's Power in the Townships from 1985, essentially a councilist pyramidal model of government under overall charterist stewardship, and one associated uneasily with the Red Terror of township comrades. Signs of the coming encounter between the logics of the NDR and democratic constitutionalism were clearly visible by the later 1980s. The prospect of negotiations required the ANC to think about the terms that whites could accept, including possible protections for minorities. The ideological self-confidence of the communist bloc was already waning before the East Central European revolutions of 1989. By the time open negotiations began in the early 1990s, it had disappeared. Liberal democracy was suddenly globally triumphant, and transmitted to post-independence Africa by the conditionalities of international financial institutions, as well as by demands from below for an end to failed dictatorial rule across the continent. The ANC's own allies in the trade unions and civic organizations wanted to preserve some autonomy for civil society. Radical non-governmental organizations and human rights lawyers provided an additional impetus towards ANC acceptance of core liberal and social rights. In short, the SACP-ANC had to contemplate a future that was liberal democratic in previously unanticipated ways. The constitution negotiated in South Africa was an amalgam of liberal constitutionalism, African traditionalism, and social democracy. It was the expansive conception of rights, their expansion, specifically, to encompass rights to housing, health, education and water, that enabled progressives to view the Constitution as going beyond liberal formalism to embrace a transformational agenda. Given constitutional mandates for socio-economic rights and participatory democracy and the likelihood of ANC electoral victory, there appeared to be no contradiction between the NDR and democratic constitutionalism. They pointed in the same direction, more or less. Even so, tension soon became evident after 1994. The Constitution's counter-majoritarian provisions sometimes impeded the decisive governance sought by the ANC. The Constitution cast the ANC and SACP not as bearers of a constitution transcending mission, but as ordinary rule-bound political parties. Constitutional liberties gave space to what many in the ruling alliance considered to be counter-revolutionary forces, whether of the left or the right. The ruling alliance responded to these facts by threatening to restrict liberties and weaken counter-majoritarian institutions. Successive electoral majorities placed it in a position where it could suborn state power to its partisan ends. While liberals and some leftist opponents appealed to constitutional provisions against ANC excess, other left oppositionists share with many ANC members the view that the constitutional settlement represented a sellout to white and capitalist interests. They challenge the ANC in a language of anti-institutional populism and a practice of low-level civil insurgency. In other words, both the ruling alliance and key opponents talk and act in ways that imply that their acceptance of constitutionalism, where not null, is largely instrumental. Conceptual contrasts. Until now this chapter has tracked the separate histories of NDR and constitutional democracy, both globally and in South Africa. There is value in comparing and contrasting them in a more conceptual way, the better to understand what is at stake in their encounter. This section draws deliberately simplified contrasts between the two discourses. South African democratic constitutionalism straddles some of the specified binaries, as does the ANC's rhetoric and practice. Further, NDR and democratic constitutionalism constitute diverse bodies of thought, and their adherents are not always theoretically explicit on matters dealt with here. To some extent, then, the following relies on a particular reading of their underlying logics. The main points of difference are the following. First, orthodox NDR theory attends primarily to what Marxists think of as questions relating to the substructure, or the socio-economic base, of society. NDR views constitutional and institutional designs as part of the superstructure, and thus as products of underlying economic and class relationships. This holds for both the national democratic and socialist stages, each of which will exhibit corresponding political forms. The detailed political institutional forms are indeterminate, products of conjunctural revolutionary requirements and structural constraints rather than abstract and decontextualist lawyerly blueprints. Even so, the national democratic stage typically takes the political form of a cross-class bourgeois or popular democracy, expressed in a parliamentary government or in leadership by a single mass party or proletarian vanguard party. The subsequent socialist stage is usually thought to require proletarian democracy, conceived along roughly the councilist lines glimpsed in the Paris Commune. This will represent a truer form of democracy than parliamentary democracy, which classical Marxism deems an apparatus of bourgeois domination. For those subscribing to this thinking, the South African constitutional order can have no more than the tactical or strategic value that Lenin ascribed to parliamentary participation, or must be understood as the product of a capitalist stage or temporary class compromise. Its destiny is to be superseded by more radical forms of democracy and social organization. In addition, NDR theorists see themselves as addressing real material questions, whereas constitutionalism is conceived of by them as mere ideas on paper. Alternatively, constitutionalism is conceived of by NDR thinkers as a set of norms, belonging to an epiphenomenal realm of moral or ethical injunction. In either event, the ideas and norms only matter to the extent that they are supported by interests and power, or, more specifically, by interests that possess actual power in some form. These interests and powers are located outside the constitutional apparatus itself, usually in the basic social structure. Ideas and norms, and even their institutional office-bearers, generally lack efficacy, at least compared to whatever fundamental interests and powers they serve. In this sense, NDR theory is realistic, focused on how power plays out in practice rather than on formalistic descriptions of how it is or ought to be exercised. There is a further tension around the matter of power, the capacity to realize goals, whether or not there is resistance. NDR and constitutional Democrats both acknowledge power as a primary fact about the world. Both implicitly acknowledge that power has two faces, power to and power over. Both consider the former a necessity and potentially benign and the latter a potential source of domination that must be curtailed in an ideal world. Nevertheless, in any given conjuncture prior to the realization of a communist order, Marxists and NDRists will tend to view power, including power over, as a valuable thing that is desirable to accumulate in the hands of progressive forces. Constitutional Democrats, on the other hand, will view power, or at least power over, as a problem, and its excessive accumulation in the hands of any one actor as bad. In short, constitutional democracy is partly about frustrating power rather than enabling it. The constitutionalists see power accumulation as a source, perhaps even a form, of despotism. Power must be limited or checked or balanced. This feature of democratic constitutionalism rubs up against those practitioners of NDR who seek commandist leadership, and who, in a South African context, See constitutional constraints as hostile to democratic majoritarian. This is not the same as a claim that NDR theorists will resort to any means to achieve a desired end. There are two strands in revolutionary Marxist thinking about the means-end relationship. Both foresee a future communist society in which power as domination is dissolved in a stateless and classless order. One, however, envisages a long transition of proletarian dictatorship, marked by ruthless power over the previous dominant classes, and for this strand the ultimate communist end indeed justifies the means. Another strand romanticizes prefigurative communism, the possibility of practicing, within liberated zones of the here and now, the kind of life that communism will ultimately transform into a general human condition. The celebration of people's power in South African townships in the mid-1980s was predicated on such radical prefigurative hope. But, complicating matters further, this prefigurative communism does not seek to abolish power, even power over, it is a moment within transitional revolutionary dictatorship, and coexists with it. Indeed, the people exercise power over adversaries both internal and external. In the case of people's power, these included the national state, councillors, police, suspected infiltrators, collaborators of various descriptions, and apolitical and rival organizations. Moreover, the sovereign people were not expected to form spontaneously on township streets or to be free at once of false consciousness, and the vanguard, the civic end, beyond it, the United Democratic Front and the ANC, was always expected to be present, exercising a more or less visible guiding hand. In NDR, then, a subordination of means to noble ends jostles with an excitement about the possibility of anticipating noble ends in noble means. Neither route, however, is to be conflated with the democratic constitutionalist worry about power as such, a worry that fixes on, inter alia, the dangers of precisely the anti-institutionalist, crowd-based participatory majoritarian that anarcho-Marxists champion. Democratic constitutionalism insists that power should observe limits and rules. These rules institutionalize ideological and partisan disagreement rather than treating it as an occasion for zero-sum struggle. For some prefigurationists, political disputation is a sign of the persistence of the interest-driven power politics that the anarcho-communal space is meant to expel, whereas true communist egalitarianism is marked by harmony rather than politics. Democratic constitutionalism rejects this depiction of a good polity, suspecting that the exclusion of disagreement in the name of egalitarian unity itself involves a masked exercise of illegitimate power. The means-end conundrum connects to another tension between NDR and democratic constitutionalism. This is the tension between politics understood as teleological and purposive, directed towards particular outcomes, and politics understood as procedure or process, open in principle to multiple outcomes. NDR promotes the former understanding, democratic constitutionalism the latter. This distinction should not be mischaracterized. Democratic constitutionalists acknowledge the legitimacy of substantive projects. Indeed, procedural democracy is designed to accommodate diverse and competing goals. Moreover, they mostly argue that procedural democracy ultimately delivers better end results overall, in terms of human rights, economic development, and other desirable ends. Conversely, NDRists can see developmental value in democratic processes and have no principled objection to democratic debate about tactics, strategy, and policy detail. Even so, the two discourses weigh things differently. NDR is a substantive project, whatever internal differences it can accommodate about the means to implement it. To the extent that NDR is mandated by history, it is a substantive purpose that transcends the niceties of process. Democratic constitutionalism, by contrast, is in important measure about formal democratic processes, which it defends as both procedurally just and instrumentally valuable. The difference identified here has deontological and consequentialist dimensions. The defense of constitutional democracy is usually partly deontological. It champions constitutional democratic institutions as intrinsically just or as expressions of values that are just in themselves, such as liberty and equality. NDR, by contrast, originates in discourses that are skeptical about Kantian deontology, or the idea of normative limits to human action, preferring instead to focus on long-range goals like socialism or communism. While a plausible democratic constitutionalism takes consequences seriously, it constrains the range of permissible means for realizing even good results. An epistemological contrast is also at work here. The discourse in which NDR is located proceeds from a high degree of certainty about the type of social arrangement that works best for humanity. Democratic constitutionalism, on the other hand, institutionalizes epistemic uncertainty and experimentalism. Even if a particular democratic constitutionalist, wearing a politician's hat, is confident about the characteristics of a good society, he or she lacks the epistemic certainty that could justify either constitutionalizing just one ideological or programmatic choice or coercively imposing it outside of constitutional constraints. A final set of tensions between NDR and democratic constitutionalism concerns the character and boundary of the demos. Distinctive conceptions of the demos. Both NDR and constitutional democracy defend rule by the people. They both assert the governing authority, indeed, sovereignty in a certain sense, of the body of adult persons bound by the laws and rules of a given polity. That is their shared democratic premise. It is why democracy figures in both terms. However, there are implicit differences between the way the demos is conceptualized in the two discursive orders. One difference has already been noted: the democratic constitutionalist demos is constrained by counter-majoritarian protections for individual and minority rights in a way that the NDR demos is not. In other words, in constitutional democracies, current majorities are constrained by the decisions of the people previously assembled for constitution founding purposes. But my concern here is with the actual nature and specification of the people rather than with the conditions under which they exercise power. NDR deals with three groups who appear to have a sequential relationship with each other. Its immediate subject is the people, an expansive cross-class population bounded in one or another fashion. The successor subject is the working class and its most immediate but generally subordinate class allies, who in turn segue into the collective producer of communism. This is not a case of physically distinctive populations replacing each other. Rather, unity gives way to antagonistic subdivisions as class contradictions manifest, only to be resolved in the future when parasitic non-working social categories are sociologically eliminated as all persons become absorbed into a collectively empowered, universalist body of workers. The power of NDR's people is thus fulsome but terminal, delimited by an evolutionary theory of history whose custodians have the power to declare its existence over when the time is right. The people of constitutional democracy is constrained but temporally indefinite. Lacking a theoretically preordained future, it retains sovereignty. The democratic power of the NDR demos is thus in one sense more contingent and uncertain than the demos of constitutional democracy. The NDR itself is the initial stage in which the cross-class people exercises sovereignty, guided by a national liberation movement. It is collectively conceived, its individual constituents are products of common experience, called to joint action and capable of being socialized into collective life. The demos of constitutional democracy is different. It consists of individual citizens, separately capable of rational autonomy. These citizens are diverse in their interests and values, yet unified enough to agree to common rules and a thin set of common liberal, democratic and social values. Their acceptance of these rules and values enables them to sort out their differences through institutionalized competition or deliberation. They enjoy protected private lives, yet join together democratically for collective action where this is needed. They have no higher collective purpose, they strive towards plural individual and collective ends, and the political order accommodates, and within limits facilitates, their distinctive personal goals. Constitutional Democrats are uneasy about invocations of a people, especially when such a group is understood to possess a unified will capable of being represented by a dominant liberation movement or to require fealty from its individual members. Although NDR explicitly refers to a nation in a way that democratic constitutionalism does not, both conceive of the people as national in some sense. Both radical nationalism and democratic liberalism fastened historically onto the Westphalian nation-state. It is the territorial nation-state that delimits the popular sovereign's jurisdiction. NDR has a particularly close relationship with national struggles for self-determination, but in modern constitutional democracies sovereignty also invariably resides in nation-states. Moreover, nations tend to possess an at least partly ethno-cultural character, most typically a common language, but often also other ethnic or cultural markers that form what Kimlicka terms a societal culture. States that lack a societal culture are often perceived as multinational rather than as nation-states. They are also often seen to be more fragile, especially where they are composed of ethno-national groups aspiring to autonomy or separate statehood. And yet NDR and constitutional democracy do invoke distinctive senses of nationhood. NDR is the banner of a pre-state people aspiring to statehood. Such groups vary, but they commonly possess an ethnic character to some degree. This is because they are struggling to separate themselves from another group of people, typically from a distant place, marked by a distinctive language, religion, lifestyle, or physiognomy. At the same time, the nationalists seek self-determination for a territory, a logic that inclines them to mobilize all those who live in that territory, irrespective of their ethnicity. Those appealed to can include domesticated colonial settlers. Here is the germ of a tension internal to NDR itself, between ethnic and civic territorial concepts of the people. Many African states have confronted a multi-layered instability of popular identity. In challenging white Europeans, African national liberation movements led peoples unified by black ancestry and shared experience of discrimination, but they also liberated peoples divided into ethnic groups that were potentially nations in their own right. Nation building was the post-independence effort to forestall further fragmentation. In South Africa, the picture is further complicated by an inheritance of 4 apartheid-designated races, each internally differentiated by language, religion, or extraterritorial national origin. All races lay claim to either aboriginality or long-established rootedness, though some more plausibly than others. As in America, settler whites fought for independence from metropolitan powers. As in America, settlers won independence. But unlike in America, they then faced a new national liberation struggle, this time of non-whites fighting to free themselves from domestic white settler domination. Yet those fighting white rule in turn had an array of ethnic and national self-definitions to choose between. South Africans of all races, conceived either non-racially or as separate nations, all non-whites, defined positively as black by the Black Consciousness Movement, particular black races, like Bantu language African or Indian, and even particular ethno-linguistic groups, like the Zulu. The NDR vision advanced by the ANC repudiated narrowly tribal mobilization of the ethno-linguistic kind, but tried on many of the other conceptions of its national people, non-racial, multinational, multiracial, black and African. Democratic constitutionalism's ideal nation is formed around a state rather than a pre-state ethno-cultural entity. While it benefits from the existence of a shared civic and political culture, its boundaries are territorial rather than ethnic. It directs national loyalty towards universal ideals embodied in common citizenship rather than the particularistic ends of ethnic subgroups. In its nation-building mode, NDR points in the same direction. From the standpoint of democratic constitutionalism, however, the danger is that a civic nationalist NDR could collapse into an ethnic nationalist NDR. Equal citizenship could transmute into a differentiated and hierarchical citizenship that privileges particular ethno-racial subjects and encourages group chauvinism and division. Conversely, for South African NDR proponents, a color-blind reading of rights and entitlements would frustrate legitimate efforts to put right the wrongs of the past and correct ongoing racial inequalities. Grounds for reconciliation? As already signaled, the abstract tensions which exist between NDR and constitutionalism are mitigated in practice by a number of factors, including the particular nature of the South African Constitution and its accompanying jurisprudence. The Constitution is not simply an outline of decision-making procedures and negative liberties, it mandates specific substantive changes and policy directions, notably in its specification of socio-economic rights. Moreover, it permits fair discrimination in favor of historically disadvantaged groups. It does not merely stand guard impartially over the political and civil interplay of citizens but envisages a positive process of transformation towards a particular kind of society, one in which racial imbalances are corrected and essential social needs are met. Democratic constitutionalism can take different forms that depart in some ways from the ideal type employed in the preceding sections, and South Africa follows a post-Second World War trend in proclaiming a range of social aspirations and rights that bind majorities and their representatives in the same way that do core liberal rights. Further, the ANC and its allies helped to write, signed up to, and have for the most part observed the rules of the democratic constitutional game. The ruling alliance's own practical record, and some of its rhetoric, attests to a willingness to advance NDR and simultaneously to respect democratic constitutionalism, finessing whatever difficulties this dual commitment generates. Politics is about more than the realization of abstract principles. Tensions visible in logical exposition can be reduced in the real world by the art of the possible, and the ANC and its allies have governed pragmatically rather than ideologically. They are keen to hold the political and social order together, and they will, if necessary, use diverse languages and employ divergent logics, often tailored to audiences, in order to satisfy their own base that a radical NDR is underway and middle-class public opinion that constitutional democracy is safe. Some of the tensions between the two ways of thinking can be resolved conceptually. Constitutionalism does not require that political actors operate by its own regulative logic of impartiality. It seeks impartial ways of reconciling divergent political and ideological projects, and it defines routes by which, and the limits within which, particular partisan or ideological programs legitimately come to enjoy the backing of law and to be implemented over objections. Insofar as NDR is conceived as merely a party political project, enforceable within liberty-respecting limits by dint of revocable popular mandate, it becomes just one of the competing substantive visions whose rivalry constitutional democracy anticipates, supervises and, up to a point, celebrates. Conceived in these terms, NDR submits itself to constitutional primacy, but the Constitution in turn grants policy leeway to the ruling party or coalition of the day. In any event, a simple formal substantive distinction is implausible. Constitutional design is never entirely neutral. When formulating constitutions, substantive choices have to be made about which rights are to be protected, which electoral systems are to be employed, which fields of power are to be subject to democratic control. These choices will shape the balance of advantage among competing political actors and programs, and ideological and partisan concerns will inevitably influence how these matters are discussed. Proponents of NDR can reasonably argue that their concerns should carry weight in these debates, and there is evidence that they have done so in South Africa, in the constitutionalization of social rights, affirmative action, cooperative governance and participatory democracy. Proponents of NDR cannot legitimately rig the Constitution in their favor, and must justify their design preferences in terms that can be accepted by reasonable opponents. But within these limits they are entitled to argue for provisions that ensure that their own historically disadvantaged constituents are fairly and properly served by the constitutional order. Even so, the tensions between NDR and constitutionalism are far from rendered null by these considerations, and there are circumstances in which they can flare up. Each of the above reconciling considerations comes with built-in limits and caveats. While socio-economic rights give positive substantive content to the Constitution, they are necessarily flexibly formulated. They are to be realized over time, by means rationally related to the goal of their realization, in light of available resources. They are thus not as decisively justiciable as first-generation rights. While they have concrete implications for policy, these rights, and the judges who interpret them, cannot dictate economic policy in the round. Ideological economic choices remain to be made. It is thus doubtful that the constitution could reliably serve the ANC as the constitutional expression of NDR. It cannot guarantee policies that align with the ruling alliance's notion of NDR. There remains room for disagreement about what the socio-economic rights mandate. Moreover, some constitutional clauses will be experienced by any radical NDR party as constraining positive action. The Constitution does not permit the kind of decisive command that some in the ruling party, inspired, for example, by China's success, hanker after. As noted earlier, the ANC's own pragmatic reconciliation of NDR and democratic constitutionalism often looks fragile. The ruling party seems impatient with opposition from civil society, the media, the arts, the judiciary, and Chapter 9 institutions. Senior political figures have talked the Constitution down as a compromise forced on the liberation movement, and have called for less emphasis on liberal freedoms and more on substantive freedoms. The ANC's electoral preeminence has enabled it to act with impunity, for example, in evading corruption charges and to deploy loyal cadres throughout the state apparatus, including in supposedly independent bodies. Moreover, the pragmatic accommodationism of the ANC may be premised on the party's continued electoral success. The question of whether it will respect constitutional rules when they no longer yield results favorable to the ANC awaits an answer. Finally, it is far from clear that the ANC fully accepts the subordination of NDR to the Constitution. Its documents and leaders often appear to regard the NDR as a transcendent historical task, and the Constitution as its instrument. They continue to regard the ANC as the true custodian of the national democratic project. Nor is this an implausibly partisan reading of NDR theory. This way of thinking constitutes a reasonable interpretation of its requirements. If NDR is pitched at the big issues of economy, society, and historical destiny, and the Constitution is merely formalistic legalism inserted into the objective course of developments, then it follows that NDR must enjoy precedence. Conclusion. Early 1990s South Africa hosted an encounter between two logics whose relationship remains unresolved. One arises out of the adaptation of Marxist theory and politics to revolutionary opportunities in underdeveloped countries, and from experiences of cross-class alliance building to fight fascism, colonialism, and state monopoly capitalism. The friction between Marxist theory and unanticipated realities sparked a great deal of intellectual productivity, of which NDR constituted a key product. Its essential lesson was that a revolution, under leftist leadership and capable of launching socialist construction at some reasonably near future point, was possible in ostensibly unpropitious circumstances, provided the strategy and tactics were right. Getting them right meant joining nationalists against colonial enemies. And, indeed, revolutionary breakthroughs were achieved on this basis in a number of countries of the Global South. Many factors contributed to the subsequent failure of these efforts of socialist development, but their failure may in part attest to the limits of the kind of imaginative reconfiguration that marked NDR theory. It is possible that the underdeveloped, peasant majority, culturally conservative countries of the Global South were in fact not ripe for socialism, just as orthodox Marxist theory predicted. And it may be that some of the brutality of these regimes resulted from efforts, eventually involving physical force rather than ideas, to synchronize recalcitrant realities and theoretical requirements. This thesis never encountered a South African test, because in this country there has been no radical socialist experimentation. South Africa's democratic transition occurred at a moment when previous NDR-guided experiments had exhausted themselves, and when another logic was dominating the field and demanding engagement. This was the logic of constitutional democracy. In the form handed down to late 20th century democratizers, including in South Africa, this amounted to a synthetic legacy heavily marked by its liberal origins, reworked by more recent recognition of human and social rights and an expanded idea of citizenship. Yet, however transformational its objectives in a South African context, democratic constitutionalism's logic is basically procedural and formal, concerned with the limitation of power. As the limits of South Africa's market-friendly path have become visible, voices are heard blaming constitutional constraint for the failure of South Africa to evolve in the more radically egalitarian direction envisaged by NDR. The ANC's uneasy accommodation with constitutional democracy, and that of other leftist forces, is thus increasingly strained. This has caused consternation on the part of the many who look to the Constitution to secure both liberal and socio-economic rights against powerful public and private actors. This chapter has argued that there are genuine points of friction between NDR and constitutional democratic logic, genuine, because rooted in the underlying logics of these positions. NDR is concerned with the substance of social and economic change for human betterment, whereas democratic constitutionalism classically attends to form. NDR seeks power, whereas democratic constitutionalism seeks to constrain it. NDR is realist, democratic constitutionalism apparently a product of legal and moral philosophy. More than that, they differ in their conception of the demos. NDR sees it as collective, ideal, and perfectible. For constitutional democracy, on the other hand, it is individuated, empirical and marked by an irreducible pluralism of interests, values, and conceptions of the good. On top of that, NDR's nation is ambivalently both civic and ethno-racial, whereas constitutional democracies is civic and, for the most part, territorial. Despite their discordant relationship, the two logics are not irreconcilable. Everything depends, I have argued, on how their nexus is conceptualized. The version of NDR compatible with democratic constitutionalism posits NDR as the substantive, primarily socio-economic program of particular parties. Constitutional democracy specifies game rules that determine the conditions under which the advocates of such programs legitimately occupy government and exercise power over others. The two logics clash to the extent that NDR is conceived as a higher project, and democratic constitutionalism as either its currently useful instrument or the arrangement that corresponds to a national democratic phase. In terms of conceptions of the people, an NDR friendly to democratic constitutionalism will insist on equal citizenship and inclusive nation building, even while allowing special measures to benefit those who have suffered past injustices or suffer current deprivation. An NDR conceived as the project of a particular racial and ethnic group will, by contrast, grate against constitutional democracy. Would an NDR that subordinates itself to constitutional democracy fail to deliver the social gains that the black poor expect? Doubtless, constitutionalism will hamper decisive decision-making in certain instances, sometimes in ways that frustrate needed redistributions. But in defense of the possibility of a socially egalitarian democratic constitutionalism, I offer the following considerations. First, there are grounds to believe that democracy will be better than dictatorship in delivering development equitably and at an acceptable human cost. Second, South Africa's specific variant of constitutionalism allows, even mandates, substantive pro-poor social and economic change. Third, there is reason to think that the failure to address poverty and inequality more effectively in South Africa has less to do with the constitution than with absent political will and structural constraint. Fourth, many of the judicial, media and civil society pressures that check and balance the state issue from a progressive, pro-poor direction and impede state actions that harm the poor. They are thus far from inherently counter-revolutionary. For all these reasons, constitutional democracy is fundamentally attractive, and ought to be conceptualized as an enduring source of pressures and constraints on South African governance. It should not be conceived as a tactic or phase to be superseded by some better set of arrangements being borne towards us by underlying historical and economic forces. Whether proponents of NDR do, whether they logically can, accept this limitation is something that we cannot yet say for sure.